Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely...
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics are essential platforms for Black business owners globally. They provide the tools and support you need to succeed in today's competitive marketplace. Join us today as we collaborate together with businesses from around the world to support our children, students, and young future entrepreneurs, Black businesses and corporations. We raise funds for students going to college and young entrepreneurs who are aspiring to be business owners, and we invite you to be a contributor today. Visit the website www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to connect with and learn more about how the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics can help you not only share your amazing business story to businesses, but also serve future generations. Hello, my name is David Jones, CEO and co-founder of the Hello LLC, where we help businesses build a culture, brand and experience, and leverage technology to pivot into Web3. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into Roku, Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Spotify, Twitch, and Google Podcasts. Tune in, turn on, and let's thrive.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Great day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Eureka Mann, and I am your business moderator for today on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Alan Thornton and 40 Acre Plan. Started his business after being burned. Author of the Money for Your Mission book and workshop series, founder of the 40 Acre Conference and I Am a $1 Million Dad platform, former enterprise software sales director, Rubrik, Info, ERP, and Dell EMC, real estate investor, single family and commercial, generated $1 million+ of revenue and over 700 clients with current tech company MFYM Incorporated. Platform backed by government officials, corporate execs, celebrities, investors, influencers, and entrepreneurs. And personally, he has sold over 23 million of enterprise software licensing since 2011, helping hundreds of organizations find and secure over $28 million in MFYM. May I present to you, Mr. Alan Thornton and 40 Acre Plan. Welcome, Mr. Alan Thornton. We welcome you here. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. That's a heavy introduction before people have had their coffee, but thank you for that eloquent presentation. I was wondering who you were talking about, but thank you.
You are most welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. Remember, everyone, genius is common, and we will see you on the other side.
Absolutely. Well, I'm excited to be here, and I'm even more excited to, during our time together, share some thoughts and some ideas that we have learned on our journey. And if I can help each and every one of you in this audience take one thing away, then our time here spent together was valuable. So again, my name is Alan Thornton. Just to tell you a little bit about my background, you're like, man, where's this accent from? My mom is from New York. My dad is from New Orleans. So I got what I call the best of both hustles. I grew up in El Paso, Texas. A lot of you know Fort Bliss is out there. So like my twang is a little different because it comes from and is made in different parts of this great country that we live in. One of the things there's three things I want to share with you today. And as we go and embark into this journey in this passage that we call Juneteenth, one of the most incredible days as African-American people that many of us still cannot grasp the full depth and the full breadth of. So I want to first give each and every one of you, most of you, this is not for 90% of you. This is for the 10% that are not fully educated on how we got to Juneteenth. Would like to share with you some thoughts and some ideas. Again, these are my personal thoughts and ideas, just something to share with you. You can take it or you can leave it, but I have learned there are smart people that learn from mistakes, and there are wise people that have learned from others' mistakes, and history tends to repeat itself. So we'll start with history. We're going to then share some thoughts and ideas, and then we're going to talk about the movement that is going on. And this is a movement that I did not create. And if you don't know, the revolution is here. When you say the revolution is here, if you don't know that, you're in it. So those are the three things that I want to share with you over the next 45 minutes or 35 minutes, our time together. I know I'll get the Apollo hook after that. And I want to share with you a very special piece that was developed by a Black artist that is absolutely incredible. And from what we have learned is not says me, but one of the most iconic pieces since the BET award that we will be given here shortly. So shout out to Alexander Rockefeller and everything that he does. So first of all, some history. And this is going to go to the culmination of everything, and everything that I talk about is going to be wrapped up in a pretty bow, but not even a pretty bow, a pretty art piece that I'm going to show you that is documented in everything that I share with you today. So when we talk about history, and most of you know, in Africa, specifically Central and West Africa, is where probably about 78% of where these slaves were taken, put on, and there was the end in West Africa. You've heard Bob Marley and some of the singers talk about the point of no return, and that is the slave castle in Ghana, because after that is, we're going. So during that time, over a 400-year period, the first slaves, documented slaves, and from what I understand, there's a lot of different things that are, I would say, misconstrued with history. But like Dr. Kelly says, I won't mess up your foundation. I'll just give you what you've learned in history. But in documented of what we've seen in recent history books, the first slaves came here in 1619, right, in Jamestown. A lot of slaves before that came to the Caribbean, took that long, painful passage over, right, over the ocean, and some of them made it. A lot of them would rather die than to be in captivity. So I say some of these things, and I'm telling you about this passage and about this history because it is painful. Some of it is gruesome, but at the end of the day, it is our history, leaving all the way up to the different times in 400 years of oppression. And if you've learned history, you learn going all the way back to Moses, to where he led the Israelites out, and they were in 400 years of captivity, part of the Red Sea. And part of that goes into the history of that, because a lot of those descendants ended up being African slaves. I won't tell you which slide because different people have different beliefs, but from what we know of what we see in modern history books. Now, through that time, there were a few key pivotal people, and one of those said, I will free myself, but it's like being rich. It does no good to be rich by yourself. I need to have a bunch of people come with me to teach this same thing. And throughout the duration of history, there were a few figures that said, it was a bold move and it was not a popular move. And usually during this time, a lot of the figures that I'm about to talk about, regardless of popular belief, during that time, they were not popular amongst most of their people because they were rocking the boat. They were doing something different. Although what they were accomplishing was something that was great, during that time, the biggest opposition that they got was from their own people. So I'll talk about Harriet Tubman and how she built the Underground Railroad and developed the passage and got all the way to Canada and then came back, right? Which most people, get this, you free yourself out of captivity and some of your relatives, even your kids, are gone. You can't find them. So you free yourself. Now, some people, a lot of people would say, you know what? I got out of here. I'm going to live a good life up here. There's nothing else to do, right? I've made it. But there's some that say, you know what? I have found this passage and I believe there's a way, and I believe that this is an area that other people can go to. And I think this can happen over and over and over. So she did the unthinkable and she went back and she documented her steps and she built a network and she helped people get to that same passage of what they called the Underground Railroad. For those of you that don't know, it wasn't actually a railroad. It was just a system that was comprised of a bunch of different stops and conductors and handlers and people that, a lot of them that were abolitionists that did not even look like us, would help people get to the right place and hide from the slave patrol, because if they got captured or were help saving them, it was punishable by death. So the stakes were high. The game was tough. The vision was big and the journey was long, but they still made it happen and freed thousands and thousands of slaves. And a lot of those, if you go look on Ancestry, 23andMe, whatever you want to do, you'll find somewhere in your lineage, some of those people are connected to you. So had not that one person made that sacrifice and ultimately did that, you probably wouldn't be here today as an African American down the line. So I say that to say, sometimes you have to do things. And there was a lot of slaves that said, look, that got killed or got tortured because they were like, hey, where's Harriet? Where's part of it? And they said, hey, I don't want nothing to do this. And they told her, hey, why don't you just go back? And one of the famous quotes by Harriet Tubman is the hard part was not the hard part. And I don't want to butcher this. The hard part was not getting out of captivity. The hard part was the mindset of convincing people that they weren't slaves and they should be free. Right? It was a mindset that, and I might have taken it out of context, but the foundation holds true. The biggest part of her helping people was the mindset of letting people know that you deserve this. This is part. And when things get uncomfortable, a lot of those people just wanted to turn back. A lot of their families just said, hey, don't rock the boat. We have it good here. We have a few meals a day. I don't know what's out there. And if we go out there, we could get killed, but not knowing that they were living, they would rather deal with the hell that they know instead of the prosperity that they didn't. And it happened, same thing, right? You talk about going back 4,000 years, the land of the milk and honey and all that. They said, look, when they got out of Egypt, they would like to go back. Hey, let's just go back to Egypt. We're in this desert. It's hot. Right? At least it was hot and I was getting whooped, but I knew when I was going to get fed. So you're going to have to deal with that. So this year's 2024, I tell that long story to wrap it up. The background of our iconic Juneteenth Hall of Fame award is going to be the silhouette of Harriet Tubman, because what she did, the sacrifices that she made, and the legacy that she created will live on forever. And we're excited about that and honoring iconic figures like her. So when you think about that and just taking it through history a little bit, because history tends to repeat itself. So fast forward after the Underground Railroad, after the Civil War, after, right, in 1863, Abraham Lincoln wrote the bill and everybody wrote the bill for the slaves to get free. Unfortunately, mail didn't travel that fast. News didn't travel that fast. And people still wanted to make their money because slaves were the highest grossing product at that time. And labor is what this country was built on. So until 1865, the slaves in Texas, specifically Galveston, Texas, did not know that they were free. And then when General Order Number 3 was actually signed, and the slaves knew in Galveston, Texas on June 19th, hey, we are free. That's why we celebrate Juneteenth, because not the ending of slavery, the ending of slavery getting to the last people that actually knew, and then slavery was officially ended. And then, of course, after that, you know about 40 acres and the promise that was kept to the African-American people of, hey, all the freedmen, and you see the freedmen boroughs here, it's Independent Heights, and all of the promises that were made to the African-American people about the good things that they were going to get because of the sacrifices that they made throughout the 400 years, and that how it was built on the country's back. And we understand some bad things were happening, and we're going to compensate you for that. But then when Abraham Lincoln was assassinated and Andrew Johnson came in, he said, bump that, we're not going to do that. It's going to cost too much money. And then that got swept under the rug. So I'm going to fast forward, right, 150 years. You saw the same thing happen during the pandemic. And you saw a lot of different, when George Floyd died, right, he actually died in his funeral. I was there in Houston, Texas. A lot of corporations said, look, I know some bad things happened to the community. I'll give $1 million, I'll give $100 million, I'll give $1 billion, I'll give $20 billion. And the numbers got ridiculous. And during that time, just to give you a parallel in history, is when we started the 40-acre conference, because we knew just by studying history, because it tends to repeat itself, that was going to end. It was not going to happen. And what you see here today, less than 4 years later, is the same kind of language that was happening back with 40 acres and a mule, when people said, look, that's a 5-year program, that's a 10-year program. And then they blame it on the positions. You sing all the DEI positions and everything else get dispersed, and they are no longer existent. And they're like, oh, that was a program that was with that person. Who was that person? A bunch of Black people at Fortune 500 companies that they put in that position. They said, well, you know, that program ended with that person, and pointed right back to the African American people, just like 40 acres and a mule. And you're going to see a lot of that disappear. So what we've done with the 40 acre conference is we have made a platform to honor those corporations, those government officials, those change agents. And we call them that for a reason, because an agent was somebody in the Underground Railroad that was helping the conductor getting the slaves from one point to another. So it has a few subliminal meanings. So I'll go back. So some of you will catch this on the way home. We'll have to rewatch this, but I want you to know the intention behind everything that we do. We knew from studying history that this was good, that $300 billion that was promised to the African American people would disappear, just like 40 acres and a mule did. So I'm going to fast forward back 150 years when that happened. There were a few individuals that said, you know what, 40 acres isn't in a mule. It's not going to happen. We are going to create our own destiny. We are going to create our own foundation. We are going to make our own way. And they did. And what they created was the epitome and the most vibrant Black community and the mecca of group economics in the world at that time. And that was called Black Wall Street. Many of you know that. So in Black Wall Street, it was 35 square blocks of businesses. And Earl W. Gurley, J.B. Stratford said, we are going to create this. And even though we are wealthy ourselves, we're going to continue to create other businesses and continue to give the knowledge that we know. Because they could have said, you know what, I'm going to own the hotel, I'm going to own the barbershop, I'm going to own the cleaners, I'm going to own the tool shop, I'm going to own the grocery store. But they said, no. Look, I'm gonna get this hotel. I'm gonna help. Let's pool our money and start a bank, leverage that money, and then put all of our money together, get some insurance. And that's when we really started to understand insurance, even though it came back to bite us, because it was insured by companies that were in on the game as well once we got bombed. But it was a good foundation, and we started to learn the same kind of thing that we understood with the Rockefellers, and they started understanding insurance, they started understanding banking, and they created their own banks, working with their insurance, lent to other Black businesses, and created a spur. And at that time, that money would stay and circulate in that community, and a lot of people started getting wealthy. Unfortunately, that land was also very fertile and had a lot of good things, not only from a crop perspective, but from the oil, the Black gold perspective. And a lot of people didn't like that, and they were just waiting for a minute. And unfortunately, one day that moment came with a young man in an elevator, and they said, here's our time. We're gonna hang this young man. And being the community that they were, a bunch of the gentlemen from World War I said, look, you're not going to hang that man. And over the next few days, the violence had ensued. And it was the only other time in American history where we bombed ourselves. They actually bombed Black Wall Street. They stole all their land, pennies on the dollar. That Stratford Hotel was the most luxurious hotel at that point, before the Hilton, before the Marriott. A lot of them modeled their models after that hotel. And just a few hundred miles later, Marriott was born in Dallas, and now they're a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. If that would have stayed, the trajectory and the economics that would have spurred would have just exploded. So that's where we came into the Jim Crow South, where slavery was ended, the Red Summer of 1919, and that happened in 1921, decimated a bunch of Black towns, and wanted to find a way to keep Black and African American people in check. So there was the Jim Crow laws, and then you get the civil rights movement that started, a few years later, 20 years later, 30 years later, and they said, we're not going to take this. And at the height of it, And many people know, you see this award in the background because we do things on MLK and Juneteenth. Martin Luther King started marching. What people don't know in our era is we look at people like Martin Luther King and Malcolm X as heroes because they spoke out and they wanted to create change. A lot of people, and a few of you on this call, understand that during that time, it wasn't popular with a lot of people. Hey, why are we shaking the boat? We have it good. You know, we can stay here. Yeah, we can't have these higher jobs, but you know, we're good right here. We're not going to be same thing with that mentality. And there's a few people that said, no, we're not going to take this. We're not going to make this happen. We are going to forge and continue to go forward no matter what. And, you know, when we were marching and everything else, they didn't like it when we came on Capitol Hill. Okay. But the night after Martin Luther King started talking about economic empowerment, he was assassinated. They said, you can do everything, but if you want to lift people up, and it all comes when you follow the money. And shortly after that, you know, CIA got involved and made it look and put some money behind Malcolm X's own people. And we know how that story ends. So you go out and things started to change and people started to get rights. And regardless of what you think, what side you are on politically, fast forward another, 40 years, when Obama got elected, regardless, and just to full transparency, I'm more of a moderate, but it did something to our people when Obama got elected. Regardless of what you think he did or what he didn't do, just being able to say an African American can be president did a lot, because people, I was at a gala, and one of the keynote speakers was the mayor at that time. And I'll never forget this moment. He said, look, I'm a kid from Acres Home, right, where you're not expected to make it. They call it the faux. And now I am the mayor. And even as mayor, whatever you want to do, wherever you come from, as an African American, you can come up and even have the highest office in this great nation, which is the president. And he gave out in a few other nuts and bolts and said, look, we want to show these kids that they be what they see. Yes, many of you know, hey, that's kind of slang, but it's easy to remember. And that's when, at that point, the 40 Acre Conference, even before that, was born and had our impact statement. Because similar to Dr. Kelly, affecting the next generation, which she does an eloquent job of, not only did we want to help empowerment, we wanted to help these young kids be what they see. And that was very, very, very important to us. So that's why during the 40 Acre Conference, we give out, 200 laptops. During that time, we package all of our production and everything, and so that they can have the content for whatever that they want to do. They can see people that are successful. They see people get these iconic awards. So going up to history in 2021, and I'm wrapping up here shortly. In 2021 was the centennial of Black Wall Street, and this trip changed my life, because during that time, I met a few iconic figures. One of those people was Hill Harper. Hill Harper was speaking at this Wealth Summit, and this was in a small barbershop. I met Hill Harper. I met three guys named Rashad, Troy, and Ian, and a gentleman in the back, Big Mike, he was recording and let me in, and it was totally full. And I'm like, man, how can I get in? He's like, hey, I'll never forget this. He's like, I can get you in. Whatever you do when you get there, that's on you, right? So make the best of the moment anytime you're able to get in. But after that spurred a relationship. Hill Harper ended up being one of my first celebrity speakers. Later on, Earn Your Leisure would come in when we rented a theater and be part of our iconic awards. And during that time as well, walking to the Greenwood Culture Center, I was sitting in the back, and I got a glimpse of a couple of the survivors who were 9 and I think 6 at the time of the and still living. They were over 100 years old now, but they were still living. And I got to take a picture with them. And I remember looking in the front and seeing Sheila Jackson Lee and her talking about this new idea of making Juneteenth a federal holiday. And in the back, right, you hear people, and I can hear some of the brothers snickering, saying, look, it is hard enough to have a holiday, right, a federal holiday, and you want to have a Black one? That'll never happen. And I remember hearing that and saying, you have to have faith, you have to have vision, but you have to continue to find a way to execute every single day. And I walked up to her after and I said, Miss Jackson Lee, you don't know me yet, right? I live in Houston, so I've seen her a couple times, never had a personal relationship with her. And I said, I know you're going to make this happen, and I can't wait for it, right? Speaking life into the situation, which some people did not think, oh, what's that going to do? And I said, I'm working on this 40-acre thing. I don't really know what I'm doing yet. And when I get it all together, I would love to, work with you on an initiative that I'm working on. And she's okay, right? A bunch of people tell her all kinds of things. Very few come back with action. So I gave her a hug, took a picture. Long story short, less than 90 days later, Juneteenth became a federal holiday. And it happened along with Al Edwards and some John Corner and some other people. They made that happen. Usher went up there, Hill Harper, like all those things, all those items came to fruition. So a year later, I walk into Sheila Jackson Lee's office and I said, congratulations, Juneteenth's a holiday. She's, smiling, she's doing her thing. And I said, I would love to work with you on the Juneteenth Hall of Fame. And I rolled out the idea. And that year in 2022, we got the stamp from U.S. Congress on the Juneteenth Hall of Fame. So we honor a bunch of people during MLK for economic empowerment. And we actually label those. And then Juneteenth, we honor 19 special people. And during those 19 special people that we honor, we, similar to the NFL, similar to the MLB, we're building our own museum in the metaverse. So going back a step, 2 years after that, the second time I was volunteering at a conference. Well, that same year in 2022, I was volunteering at a conference, and there was a young man who's a Black billionaire, and he was coming off stage and he needed to sell some of his books. And I said, okay, nobody was there to help him. So I said, hey, where's your books? He said, okay, well, I don't know. He talked to him a little bit. I set up his books and helped him sell his books, and we sold out. And at that time, he said, hey, thank you so much. That would never happen. Let me know whatever you need. And I said, great. And that's how I developed a relationship with now one of my mentors, Dr. Michael V. Roberts, who's a real estate king, built everything in St. Louis and Detroit on the Riverwalk and everything else. And along with that, Dr. George Frazier at this conference, I developed a relationship with him, kind of showed me this last Power Networking conference. I followed around for 4 days, and he's just incredible. And I was able to honor him and everything that I was thinking in my mind. Like I said, I didn't know how to accomplish it, but he talked about this Black Legacy Museum. And on stage, when I gave him his Juneteenth Hall of Fame award, he said that we can be the first museum that's housed in his museum for Juneteenth. So I'm very excited about that. It's going to be a huge facility in Atlanta, Georgia, which is going to be absolutely incredible. But more than that, what we're doing now, and to fast forward everything, and I'll give you a glimpse of this iconic piece. So everything that I've told you is actually wrapped up into one historical art piece with a signature, with a certificate of authenticity that's documented on a blockchain with augmented reality, so you can see it forever, and a museum in the metaverse that will live forever. So one of the things that I want to show you before we end, before I get the Apollo hook from Miss Man, I want to show you this. Y'all want to see it? Type in the chat if you want to see it. Okay. So this is our piece. If you look, it looks a lot like a Grammy Award or, a platinum record. But what we wanted to do is change the narrative. So if you look in the back of this, you'll see Dr. Martin Luther King's silhouette. For Juneteenth, it's going to be Harriet Tubman. And we're working with Alexander Rockefeller to finalize this. So you'll see all the way back into the civil rights. You'll see some things on Black Wall Street. You'll see some old iconic figures. For Juneteenth, all of our Hall of Fame people will be on here. And then you have the record that kind of changes the trajectory of everybody. And the record is very special because it documents an entertaining symbol that a lot of us are interested in. And we're like, what is that? But instead of it being a record for sports or entertainment, it's for entrepreneurship. So it's a very special piece and the signature, the back and the signature of it changes every single year. So they're one of a kind pieces. They're limited edition. Once people get them, they'll never be recreated again. And, we destroy the mold as well. I actually make these, spray paint everything with my baby girl in the garage. And if you scan, I'll drop this. If you scan this logo. So everything I told you in wrapping it up, before I get the hook for Miss Man, we talked a little bit about history. We talked a little bit about wrapping up that history and then going forward, financial empowerment. And here's the ask. One of the things that we're doing right now is similar to Hollywood. We're creating a Walk of Fame right here in Houston, Texas. So just like there's a few categories on the Walk of Fame, my daughter wants to be an actress, so we took a trip to Hollywood during spring break, drove out there. It was one of the most incredible trips ever. Spent 46 hours in the car with my baby girl. But we saw that, and I had her take a picture on the Walk of Fame. I wanted her to feel it. I wanted her to see it. And now these iconic entrepreneurs, during our gala, which is going to be June 14th, I would love you to come. You can find tickets at 40acreconference.org or 40 Acre Conference on Instagram or on any other platform. But we're going to showcase in a 360 immersive venue all of the honorees on the floor so you can see what these honorees look like and the Walk of Fame. And then we're going to raise money for a physical space right here in Houston, Texas, where we're going to build our own venue with the museum and the actual Walk of Fame. So everybody worldwide can come right to Houston, Texas and see these iconic entrepreneurs. So thank you that is my time. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share some thoughts, some ideas, some legacy building, and what we're going to do for the next generation.
I love it, Mr. Alan Thornton. That is amazing work that you were sharing with us. All of the details about, Black history and the overview that you gave of your experiences in Black history and how that relates to the business that you do is very much astounding and quite miraculous, to be honest. I greatly appreciate you sharing your information about, being a change agent. We hear that a lot in corporate America, but many times don't really know what it means. So that was new to me. So I learned something new from you today, and I believe our audience did too. You talked about, the mindset of people and how being a change agent also means kind of managing the cycle of change within people and how they receive that change. And you talked about Black Wall Street, which in Durham, North Carolina, a lot of people know that to be, the MMF Bank, the only Black-owned or the historical Black-owned bank in Durham, North Carolina, as well as the Black Hayti Heritage area. So thank you so much for such a beautiful overview and very inspiring words that you have shared. We appreciate it very much.
Absolutely. You have a blessed day, and we'll talk to you soon.
Awesome. Thank you so much again, Mr. Thornton. And
we hope to see each and every one of you at the Juneteenth Hall of Fame. Y'all be blessed. 40acreconference.org.
40acresconference.org, everyone. Thank you again, Mr. Thornton. And Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, everybody. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App that's on the screen below. And that would be $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for May 2024. That would be NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richey, Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, The Hello LLC, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, 5-Star BDM Media, Malaine Shawnee Global, Executive Women's Institute, The Quality Coach Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common. Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
My name is Katie Bennett, and I own Lexicon Presents Publishing. We are a publishing and media company that helps you take your story and share it with the world. for a while, I just had my family telling me to just hang it up, get over it, and I had no support. And it was in your program that I really understood the necessity for having that help, having that support. And so now I actually feel like a CEO as we scale, as our clientele changes, as my company is opening doors for other people to, take care of their families. It's just completely changed from just a mom who was publishing books. I was at a point where my job, although it was paying really well, wasn't enough. And my business was always in the red, and I was tired of it. And so I came in just hoping to get some sort of help to just not end up in the red every month. Ooh, wow. Okay, so there was one in particular, I cannot remember his name, but he asked me, he said, why are you in business? And I told him that I wanted to make a difference and I want to help my community. And he let me ramble on for a while. And then when I was done, he was like, okay, all of those things are great. They make you a humanitarian, not a business owner. And he was the one who told me, he's like, you have this great service and you're offering it at like a great value price. So to someone like myself, we don't know that we're going to get the value of what you're actually bringing. And so that gave me the confidence I needed to raise my price. It gave me the confidence to go after my actual client that I actually prefer to work with. And it really just changed everything for me. I don't think without him kind of giving me that push, I don't think I would have gotten to this point or position. Wow, the benefits is just having a coach that holds you accountable. They set goals with you. That's been my favorite part. She has amazing experience, and so she brings her strategies and her ideas, and she helped me narrow down, what services I actually wanted to offer, how I could actually continue to offer it, how many clients at one time could I have. All of the information that she's given has just really transformed my entire company. And so I know I would have never gotten to where I am today and having some of these partnerships that I'm, having now without her help. You're going to get information that you're not going to find on YouTube. You actually take the time to strategically give us the information, then give us time to actually apply it. I would also say that so that you're not just out on a ledge alone trying to figure this out. Like, you deserve to be in a community with other people who also want to grow their business. And then finally, the biggest thing I think I took away from CMET was that I had a whole office in Longwood, I still do, and at the time I had not paid my business tax receipt. I didn't know that that was something you had to do. So that was like one of the first couple days of information, and I'm like, oh my gosh, let me go get that together right now. So I'm really glad that, CMET was there for myself, and, anybody else who has the opportunity, they need to do it.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being, with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it. To kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
The African company and the African CEO is making a conscious decision to bring on someone external to the continent versus bringing on someone who is from Ghana or Kenya or South Africa. And so the skill sets of the people that we take through our executive leadership training program and ultimately on the placement, obviously have to be extremely high caliber. So what we look for are corporate executives at the vice president to C-suite level, as well as Black entrepreneurs. When we look at the Black corporate executives, we're looking for some very specific skill sets, whether that be around supply chain, sales and marketing, engineering, product development. We want our folks to be able to add immediate value to the corporate board, right? And the other thing is, even if they don't necessarily have specific industry experience, they're bringing a diversity of thought.
content creators! Welcome to Fave Unite TV. Hey, are you struggling with having your content stand out from the crowd? Or is it that you're overshadowed by others who have more resources, followers, and influence? The good news is wherever we are, you are too. We help you grow your online presence and optimize your visibility, which gets you closer to your audience so you can build trust and loyalty. By using the power of our network, we help you build yours. Fave Unite is a powerful tool to connect you with your friends, followers, and fans. And when fans rule, everyone wins. Join us. Fave stands for fans, artists, and venues. Submit your content today.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Great day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Eureka Mann, and I am your business moderator for today on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next guest speaker is Dominique Milton, CEO of the Carolinas Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, CVMSDC.org. And I'll say that again for anyone writing that down, CVMSDC.org, also known as the Council. As an intentional connector, Milton's goal is to create wealth by certifying, developing, connecting, and advocating for ethnic minority-owned businesses. MBE's The Council serves minority business owners and corporate partners in North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia. As a regional affiliate of the NMSDC.org, a 48-year-old nonprofit advocacy group, they are the largest certifying agency for MBEs in the USA. I present to you, everyone, Dominique Milton doing a fireside chat with Miss Karen Jenkins.
Thank you so much for bringing me in. I appreciate the introduction. I'm here to serve our business owners. So thank you so much, Miss Mann. Before I get started and before I introduce our guest today, I want to speak to all of the students out there and let you know that at cvmsdc.org, that's where you need to go, we have a student pitch competition that's going on, and we're giving away thousands of dollars. All you need to do is take a 5-minute video and explain your business idea. And after explaining your business idea, give us a little summary and then do a thank you video, upload it. It might take you all of an hour for the potential to win $3,000 in prizes. And so again, go to cvmsdc.org for more information, or you can email me at info, I-N-F-O, at cvmsdc.org. The work that we do, we want to make sure that students are aware of entrepreneurship as a career path. And so we want to award and recognize those students who have novel business ideas. Again, it could be a business idea or it could be a business that you already have. We want to know about what you're doing out there. So with that, I am pleased to introduce to you our next guest. Each time I'm on, I bring a powerful minority business owner to the table so that you can learn from them, hear their journey, and understand how it could be your journey. So I have Ms. Karen Jenkins, who is the president and CEO of KRJ Consulting, which is an organizational growth and human capital consulting firm specializing in people by transforming leaders, integrating cultures, and building organizational capacity. She has over 30 years of experience, and she's a recognized leader, speaker, author, and leadership consultant, equipping professionals in both the federal and corporate space. Karen started this company in 2008, and in 2020, KRJ Consulting was listed on the Inc. 5000 list, and they recognized her for exceptional growth. She was listed as business number 546, which is an exceptional accomplishment, folks. She is also a financial expert, and has served as a financial media consultant for NBC affiliate WIS TV in Columbia, South Carolina, and she's published her first book, Nobody Told Me: The Path to Financial Empowerment, in 2010. Karen is also a leader on many boards, and she serves in the Columbia community. But two accolades I want to throw out here is that in 2019, she was nominated as a South Carolina Female Small Business Person of the Year by the United States Small Business Administration South Carolina office. So outstanding results there. And in 2019, also Enterprising Women magazine, she was a Woman of the Year. So I'm bringing to the table Ms. Karen Jenkins, who has a very impressive track record, a very impressive growth record, to share her story, and we can learn from her on how she has built her businesses. So Karen, come on down.
Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
Hello.
안녕하세요.
Hola. Have you heard about the CVM SBC Student Pitch Competition? It's your chance to win up to $3,000 in prizes.
It's the perfect opportunity for young entrepreneurs of color to shine.
Are you a student entrepreneur age 25 or younger?
Do you have an amazing business idea waiting to take off?
Well, this competition is for you.
SAS is excited to sponsor this year's competition.
First place wins $2,000 in cash and $1,000 in marketing services.
Pitch your groundbreaking business concept.
Show off your talent and creativity.
So what are you waiting for?
Submit your pitch today.
Link in bio. Don't miss out on this incredible opportunity.
Apply now. Now.
Submit your pitch now.
To the show.
Hello.
안녕하세요.
Okay. Welcome to the show. So let's talk about your business, because I explain what you do, but I know a lot of people don't really understand. So explain the overall concept, like you're talking to a third grader. Tell them what you do.
So we are a professional service provider to our clients, a management consulting firm. Some people know Ernst & Young, PwC, Deloitte. Those are big, giant management consulting firms. We're the little guy. Our role is to assist our clients in reaching their ultimate goals. From the leadership development perspective, one of the things that we do, I think that's a little bit different, is we don't do any cookie cutter offerings as far as our leadership development and training programs. Everything we do is based on what the client's mission and core values are. The challenge is that a lot of companies know what their core values are, say the CEO, the C-suite individuals, but the person at the door couldn't tell you what the core value was if you paid them $1,000, which means that they're not living their core values out loud. So our mission is to ensure that, one, that companies have a clear and defined core value, and that their clients understand that they're receiving their services based on those core values. And how you do that? You do that when the individuals, like when you go to Chick-fil-A, I call us the Chick-fil-A of consulting, because we want to make sure that every one of our team members is living out loud our core values. And more importantly, we want our clients to feel really good after they speak to us or hang up the phone. You know, that was the challenge with me, understanding why would people pay $5 for a chicken sandwich, right? But it wasn't the chicken sandwich. It was the experience that you had in purchasing the chicken sandwich. And that's who we are to our clients as trusted advisors.
What a great analogy, because you go through the Chick-fil-A line, it could be around the corner, but you're going to get through that line in 5 minutes. And the experience is phenomenal when you compare it to somebody next door who has the same teenagers working, but a completely different philosophy, completely different approach. So thanks for explaining it that way, because that's what it's all about, is right, having the best customer service, providing the best experience to your buyers as possible.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. So let's talk about how you gained the experience to start.
So my story is a little bit different. From Columbia, South Carolina, I went to University of South Carolina, and I started in banking as a part-timer when I was in college and just knew that that's where I would stay. After 12 years working at the bank, I ended up having an offer to move to Charlotte and had just had my first child, and Karen doesn't do Charlotte traffic. And I didn't do it back then. And I needed my home network. So I left the bank. Actually, it was CNS Bank, and I left a couple of years before they became Bank of America. I was assistant vice president at the time, and I moved over to a company called RBMG. And RBMG was a mortgage banking company and very similar to banking, but it was in the mortgage world. Got a lot of experience there. They paid for my master's. It was a great experience. And two, I was going to retire from there. At least that was my plan. And then in 2007, I got laid off. So, when you get laid off and you go, okay, well, what is my next move? The first move is to put a resume out and start looking for other opportunities. But the things that I was finding just didn't align. I was a vice president. I had a lot of freedom. My boss was in Jacksonville, Florida. I spoke to her probably weekly, but saw her monthly. I had a lot of leisure to work my schedule so that I could be there for my kids. So that I did travel some on that job, but I think that particular job prepared me for entrepreneurship, to teach me how to work outside of four walls, to teach me responsibility, to teach me how to do the things that I need to do without somebody having to tell me to do it. So when I got laid off and did not find what I was looking for, I actually had another job offer from another bank, and it just didn't feel right. And my husband said to me, Karen, I just don't see you sitting behind somebody else's desk again.
Right.
And I was like, okay. So I actually reached out to my nephew, who he and I had talked 6 months prior before I even knew that I was getting laid off, about doing some things together. And I called him as a courtesy and said, hey, look, it's on my spirit. God put in my spirit. I'm going to take a leap of faith and go into business. And he said, well, Auntie, perfect timing. He said, I'd rather have you as my business partner than my competition. So me and my guys are going to come over with you. And I was like, hallelujah, thank you. So we opened up a mortgage company. Of course, we did not read the tea leaves in 2007 because you know what happened in 2008. Right. So in 2008, with the crisis of the mortgage crisis, I had a nonprofit in Charleston who wanted to work with me because I'm a certified mortgage banker, but did not want to work with my mortgage company because mortgage companies were part of the problem. So I actually created KRJ Consulting to be a service provider for them. And to do housing counseling and outreach for them. Loved working with them, went from working with them to working with the Association of Housing Counselors. I actually wrote their foreclosure curriculum because we needed to bring in more foreclosure counselors. There just weren't enough at the time. I went from that to training and certifying and helping them certify housing counselors. Loved that arena, but it was slow. So we actually rebranded in 2012 to do more of the management consulting, where I was like, what skills did I bring from the bank? What skills did I bring from the mortgage bank? And it was management consulting, it was training, it was leadership. So we rebranded, and I started and grew the business from there.
Excellent. So for our viewers, she cut her teeth in banking. So you have a strong foundation. So you understood how to manage your time. There's one thing that you said that I want our viewers to hone in on. You had self-discipline, right? So you were working on your own. And as a business owner, you need to have self-discipline because you've got to self-start yourself every day, right? You have to energize yourself every day. And then when your battery gets low, you got to pump yourself. There's nobody else there to do it except you, right? So you cut your teeth in banking. You had good discipline. And I heard the pivots that are in there. So let's talk about the peaks and the valleys. You gave me a couple of the valleys. Let's talk about that journey. You've been in business 30 years, but it all hasn't been roses. And so you had to do some pivots along the way. So tell our viewers about, as a business owners, it's not going to be all rosy. There are going to be some times where you're like, okay, why am I even here? Do I need to keep my doors open? Let's talk about that for a moment.
For me, my faith has carried me a long way. And times, especially in the beginning, when you're in this thing and it's
hold on a second. You're coming in a little bit warbly.
Okay. How about now?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. So for me, it was a faith journey because I stepped out on faith, and then when I rebranded, I kind of went solo. My nephew wasn't with me on this side. And it was pretty scary. You know, you have to go out, you chief cook and bottle washer, and you have to go out and if you don't hunt it and kill it and skin it, you don't eat it. And when you get to that point where you're talking to several people, so that's the sales cycle, right? And then you have the sales cycle going on, and then that takes a long time. People say, okay, I'm going into business. It might be 2 years before you land a contract with a particular client. It could be a month. It could be 6 months. Once you get that client going and now you have to actually fulfill it, right? You're no longer doing the sales cycle if it's by yourself. So you have to it's the chicken or the egg. Do I have the financials or the money to sustain bringing somebody in to help me, or can I handle this on my own until I do? And it was just wibbly wobbly. But again, by faith, it happened. As I grew, as I got contracts, I was in a position to hire people and bring people in. There have been ebbs and flows. There have been life crises on my side. You know, in the middle of us growing, we got into government contracting in 2013. Got our first contract in 2014 in DC. That was a blessing. Cutting my teeth, I was blessed that I had a group of people that I was working with that I could also learn from. So we were on our way. And then in 2015, my dad got sick. So we lost 70% of our business, because if you had to tell me between my job and my dad, I'm choosing my family every time.
Sure. Yeah.
So, you know, him in and out of the hospital, the blessing for me was, as an entrepreneur, I had a laptop. So I was able to work from the hospital room, and I was able to be there for him and, you know, do what I need to do for my kids at night. So that was a blessing. And then we came out of that crisis. He died in January of 2007. We came out of that crisis, and my son graduated as I'm, you know, working on, you know, getting the business back up on its feet. Got another contract somewhere in that window, but he graduated June 1st and had a ruptured brain aneurysm on June 5th. You know, they gave him a 10 to 15% chance of survival. So I dropped everything.
Right.
I lived at the hospital with my son for 37 days. And again, I still had responsibilities. So I had my laptop in the ICU room. I had a great support system from, you know, his school, my friends, my family that came there to support us. And it was hard. And we had to, after he got out of the hospital, by the grace of God, he survived. But we moved to Atlanta for 2 months for his rehab. And we just uprooted our family. That is challenging, trying to manage all of that and to maintain a business. But we did it. Mm-hmm. And we were blessed that through all that crisis, by the time the smoke cleared, we had gotten 2 new government contracts. We moved back home. My husband was retired military. So again, he was there to be the stabilizer for the family, while I was able to maintain still being mom, caregiver, and wife, and owning a business, because I had the lives of other people in my hands as well. It wasn't just about my family's life. By that time, we had employees. Yes. And I had to make sure that not only the employees were taken care of, and that I wasn't dropping the ball, but we had clients that we were obligated to. So the payoff for me was the flexibility that gave me the opportunity to be there for my family when I needed to. That's awesome. It was hard.
That's awesome. The balls that we juggle as women and then as business owners, it's a lot, right? And I used to always wonder, you know, and how certain people get more done than other people, right? Because we all only have 24 hours in a day. But when you have a network that you can surround yourself with and a team, you can do a lot more, because you combine together all the 24 hours that each person has, and it stretches you. So talk about your team, talk about your support group and how they have helped you.
I have a phenomenal team, and I've been blessed, especially the one that I have right now. We have a contract right now with USDOT. And from a relationship that I got from the CVMSDC, Brenda Anderson, knew her years ago, had met her years ago, but reconnected when I actually went through your program. No, actually, I met her. I went through that program after. But anyway, she's with your program, and I've actually gone through your program. But anyway, through the relationship with her, I was introduced to someone that needed a small business to come in and do some management consulting for the USDOT. Great opportunity. And as a result of that, we needed resources. We needed professional people that knew what they were doing. And we found and were blessed with the team members that I have now. And, you know, another guy came on and started working with us. And he described us after we got in here. We normally stormed and we got together, and it's just an awesome team now. But the description that he came up with is that we're smart people solving hard problems with customized solutions, and that truly is who we are. It amazes me the level of expertise that's on our team supporting us. We have, prior to COVID, we had gotten up to 34 full-time employees and 16 contractors on our team. Of course, we got hit with COVID like everybody else, and we got hit and went down to like 18 full-time. Now we're back up to 23 full-time employees and 12 consultants. So, we're mean and lean and a little fighting machine, but we're working our way back and doing it strategically. Ensuring that we are providing our customers with the service that they need as their trusted advisor.
Very good, very good. So let's talk about scaling. Okay, that's a great entree for me because, excuse me, one of the major problems that I find that all businesses have, but mainly small businesses, is that they don't have the capacity or the knowledge to be able to scale up and scale down when they need to. So talk about your ability to scale when you have a large project opportunity, and then to pull back. So maybe you're not laying people off, but you figure something out. Talk about that.
So scaling can be a blessing and a curse. It's a double-edged sword. It's that small business that gets the opportunity to, for example, if you have product to sell to Walmart. Walmart is a mammoth, right? It's a big, giant thing. And you can put yourself out of business very quickly by biting off more than you can chew. When you scale, you have to have the financial capital. You have to have the financial access to be able to do that. Because one thing I learned very quickly, when I'm doing business and I get these contracts and you have employees have to be paid every 2 weeks. So if you're invoicing and your client is not paying you on time, not receiving that payment is not an excuse to not pay your employees. It's against the law. So you have to have access to a line of credit, right? And a line of credit is a short-term vehicle for you to use in those instances when the payroll is needing to be paid and the check hadn't come in yet. You go ahead and pay the payroll, the check comes in, and then you pay it off. You don't leave it out there because now you're in trouble getting yourself in debt. But scaling strategically makes sense. And sometimes you have to say, I'm not quite there yet.
You have to be honest with yourself.
Yeah, you have to be honest because you will put yourself out of business very quickly when you bite off more than you can chew. Now, the flip side of that is if you have an opportunity that you can pursue, and let's say it's an opportunity and they're looking for qualifications, you have to have 5 things and you have 3. I've seen so many small and minority-owned businesses walk away from that. But why? Because there's this thing called teaming.
There you go.
I have been very successful. My largest contract came because I teamed with another business that had already been there and done that. And we ended up with a $5 million contract. So when you look at the fact that if your scope says, hey, I need 5 things that you have to be able to do and you have 3 of them, then go and find a teaming member that you can say, hey, look, can you do these? And then y'all team together. Because I'm telling you, I have learned very quickly that 50% of something is better than 100% of nothing.
Absolutely.
So if you can do that, and then the other thing I'll tell you is teaming is like a marriage. So I try to build networks prior to when I need them, because the last thing you want to do is get into the marriage with somebody that really doesn't suit you or you suit them.
Yeah. So let's stay there for a moment. So I tell people you need to know who needs to be on your team before you need them. You need to build those relationships ahead of time. And relationships are key, right? So you got to have a team of people in place, your banker, your lawyer, your consultant, whoever you need, your accountant, your HR person. They might be contractors. You have them in your phone, like you have your hairstylist in your phone. You can reach them at any moment, right?
Yes.
But then there are business partners who you need to be able to reach out to in that moment when you get that call and that person says, I need you to consult for 5,000 people and your team can only handle 1,000 or 2,000. Sure, you can say with confidence, sure, because you can call John or Mary and you all already have that relationship, as you said, that team relationship beforehand. And it's just a piece of paper. You're already planning to be able to scale up if you need to, or they can take some of your people, scale down if you have a moment of less contracts. And so that is critical for business growth, folks. You know that. So the second thing that I know is common for folks, and you can speak to this, is finances. Like you said, you need a line of credit, right? So most businesses don't plan properly. They use all their own money. They use auntie's money. And then when it comes time to go to the bank, their credit doesn't look good. Talk about the importance of having stellar credit, an A listing, so that when you want to grow your business, you can.
So, it's so crazy. This was my world prior to going into business.
Yes.
Sitting across the table from people that are facing foreclosure is not fun. And I can tell you that I have seen people from all walks of life, lawyers, doctors, Indian chief, whoever, that have had the experience of bad credit, right? But bad credit doesn't mean you have to stay there. The book that you mentioned that I wrote is called Nobody Told Me: The Path to Financial Empowerment. And I wrote that because I saw that 65% of the people that were in front of me didn't have to be there, that they made decisions based by somebody telling them something wrong, and them trusting that and not validating, or them just being too wide-eyed, and biting off more than they could chew. So when you're in business, you are going to get credit based on your personal credit. So let's just put it out there. And money is not something that we have actually been educated on. We have not heard about it in education. It is the world of hard knocks. At least that's what I had to go through. I had so many credit cards. It was crazy. I was working to pay my credit cards, but I got out of debt. So there are ways for you to get out of debt. There's ways for you, if your credit is crazy and bad, there's ways for you to fix it. Don't pay the little, Mr. Smith on the corner, saying he's going to fix your credit. That is not the answer. Go to a nonprofit that has credit counseling and get the credit counseling and get put on a plan that way, but not with these people that are trying to rip you off. Because at the end of the day, they can tell you they can do things and they might do it for a little while, but things are going to pop right back on. So take care of your credit first, because every loan that you have is going to be personally guaranteed by you. And you can't guarantee it if you don't have good credit. When I got my first line of credit, I did not need it. I went to a bank and I said, hey, look, I want a $30,000 line. And they gave me a $30,000 line. I kept it for 6 months. During that 6 months, I think I drew down $1,000 on day one and paid it back on day two so I could have some activity. After that, I went back at 6 months and said, I need $50,000. I didn't need it. I just wanted to have it. So when I had those payroll issues, I shared with you that I would have a line. As I grew and I got into my government contracts, so I had consistent contracts, I took my contracts and said, hey, look, I have grown and I've gone from a beer, I have, a beer budget and champagne taste. So now I got champagne taste and champagne budget, and I need to be put into a program within the bank that aligns with that. What I will say for small businesses as well, we don't have relationship with our bankers. Our relationships with the teller. The teller is a transactional person. She's going to give you money and take your money and put it in your account. That is not your banker.
That's right.
Find out who your banker is, small business banker, and start having conversations with them now. Let them know where you're going, your goals, share your strategic plan, your business plan with them. Let them help you be a part of your team and let them position you. Let them tell you, hey, here's where I am. What do I need to do to be able to qualify? Even if you don't, if you got a good one, they will tell you, hey, you need to work on A, B, and C. And then when you come back, we can work on these things. But let your what I call your A team, banker, attorney, financial planner, insurance agent, let all of them be a part of what I call your A team to help you be successful.
That's right. That's very good. And as I said earlier, their numbers need to be in your phone. It's not just enough to know them. They need to know you so that when you call, you get that A+ attention, right?
Yes.
So it's a whole team that you need to work with because we can't do this alone. And I love the fact that you said you got that 30,000, you went back to 50,000 when you did not need it, because cash flow is king, right? It is. You want contracts, but you need to be able to ride the tide when they're not paying the bill. As you said, they might have 30-day terms, 60-day terms. So luckily, some of them are coming down to 15-day or immediate terms. And there's some companies out there that can help you once you get a contract if you need the cash flow. But it is so much better to have that reserve and not have the stress of figuring out how you're going to make it meet in an emergency. So that is key. So thank you for that financial tip. The name of the book one more time?
Nobody Told Me: The Path to Financial Empowerment.
Is it on Amazon?
It is on Amazon, but let me preface with this. Somebody bought my book and then put it out there for $100 and something. That's not me. You can actually get it or virtually for probably less than $3.
Okay. Nobody told me. Okay. Thank you so much. So if you were starting all over again, Karen, what would you do differently?
Oh my gosh. Well, the main thing, if I was doing it all over again, is I would document my procedures ahead of time so that when I'm scaling, I have something to refer to and use to train my new team members on. I did, again, being chief cook and bottle washer, I knew everything. I had my processes down, but when you start scaling and growing, it's kind of hard to slow down. You have to, but it's hard to slow down and show somebody what you need to do. So I would have documented procedures, processes laid out, and I would hire an executive assistant or assistant a lot earlier than I did. There were so many things. When you look at the hourly rate as a president and CEO, even if you're a solopreneur, right? What hourly rate would you be earning? And let's just say you're at $50 an hour. I'm just gonna put it out there. This is number. Then, I shouldn't have been doing, $15 an hour work.
That's right.
But I was. So, when that time comes and you can have, and it could be a virtual assistant. It doesn't have to be, somebody on your payroll. It could be a 1099, but I would have called in assistance a lot earlier than I did.
Thank you for that. And so there's so many ways you can have an assistant. Like you said, you can have a virtual assistant. I actually have an MBE who provides assistance to CEOs. She'll read your emails. She'll sort them out. She'll let you know, hey, this is urgent. And that saves so much time, right? And so in addition to the AI assistants you can have out there, you can have some human assistants. They might be in a different country, but they're helping you to do, like, as you said, the smaller things that you can offload to other people, and you get to work on those things that nobody else can do except Karen Jenkins.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. So let's talk about, and you touched on it, but let's talk about the programs that you've gone to. You've gone to a couple of my programs, and then you've gone to another huge program where you received an award. Talk about the importance of slowing down so that you can learn how to work on your business versus in your business.
It is crucial to work on. I mean, you have to work in, don't get me wrong, you have to work in, you have to get it stabilized and hopefully bring other staff members in that you've trained. Nobody else is going to work on your business except for you.
That's right.
And if you're not creating that strategic vision, if you're not understanding kind of what the current industry is, what the current environment is, it's going to be hard for you to survive. It is hard to grow if you're in your same, what I call status quo. As I went through my business, and it is lonely. I promise you it is lonely because there are conversations you can't have with your employees. But what I found was that I was going through the business for years and years and years. And at the time, I think my husband's a vet, so I had the opportunity to go to BWise, which is a veteran women, something for the spouses and women or whatever. And it was a conference. And I came back on fire. It was like, wait a minute, what happened? And I was like, was the event that good? Or was I just that hungry? And I think it was a little bit of both, but probably more hungry because I felt starved. I had not been poured into. I had not received that type of education and information to help me grow my business. So I made a commitment at that point to say, from that point on, I'm going to something every 2 years. I will participate in a program. I will go to a conference, but I have to get out of my business and go and learn something. It's about growth, and you can't grow sitting in your business on a day-to-day, sitting behind a desk. It's just not possible.
That is so good. I'm going to use one of those words, nourishment, right? You've got to nourish yourself so that you can be rejuvenated, so that you can then take your business to the next level. A lot of people, they're just spinning like on a treadmill, and they never stop to figure out, okay, if I turn this way, or if I twisted something that way, if I change this name to that, I could go here, right? They don't do that. So what my organization does, we're an advocacy group. You join our organization, you may pay $400 for membership, but we in turn pay $5,000 for you to go to a class. That I don't know where you're going to get a return like that, right? So these programs exist to help you take your business plan and rip it apart and look at it from a different lens. It also gives you had international consultants come into your class with Brenda, right? And Sunoco covers that class for us. We just had a class recently at Sunoco, and Keith Begues was there. Now, he's an international consultant. I'm not even going to talk about what he charges his clients per hour to consult their businesses. But he comes in and consults these students that I put in this class for free, right? And so then if you have a question and you need to reach back out to any of these consultants, they're there for you. That is invaluable because it could just be a very small tweak. And one thing that we found recently, we had a class of students come, and there's one particular lady, she had a transportation company. And Karen, she had to shut the company down to come to the class. And we were saying to her, you need to have a network of other transportation folks so that you say to them, this month I've got COVID, or this week I have COVID, this week I have to go to this developmental program. I need you to take over my line. So you're making money while you're in class, and then you reciprocate. When she has to shut down, you reciprocate that way. And so it was novel to her to think about that. But, unless you're slowing down, unless you're surrounding yourself with people who are trying to do the same thing, you don't get those nuggets. So I like the fact that you said you're going to nourish yourself every 2 years.
Every year, twice a year.
Twice a year. Talk to me about the Ernest & Young program.
Haven't done the Ernest Young program. I've done the Small Business Administration had a program called the Emerging Leaders.
That's okay. It's Emerging Leaders. Okay.
I think they've changed the name now to Thrive.
Okay.
Great program. And I actually did that one for a 4-month stint, and it kind of gives you that foundational. At the time, it was using Enterprise, which is a nonprofit's curriculum for small business, and I think Enterprise is a phenomenal program. Teaches you financials, marketing, just kind of the whole foundational piece that you need for your business to kind of catapult you to where you need to go. And then after that, I actually went through the Sunoco program, which was a great caveat, a little bit of similarities, but not much. So I was still gaining experience that I needed, and it put me in rooms and gave me access to people that you just mentioned and gave me a different perspective to look at my business. So I've done that program. I've done the Goldman Sachs 10,000 Small
Goldman
Business
Sachs that I was trying to remember. It's Goldman Sachs. Yes.
That is a phenomenal program, and as an alum, we still connect once a year and go out to the Capitol to meet our legislative representatives and have other networking opportunities. But again, these programs are out there to help us grow. I would thoroughly recommend, if you're not a member of CVMSDC or whatever MSDC you need to be a part of, to please join. It is a awesome, just awesome place to be. I tell people proximity is power.
Yes.
And if you're in this group, you're going to have access to that power.
Yes, thank you for that. And so one nugget that came out with the Goldman Sachs, as with all of our programs, you're put into a cohort with people who all the graduates of the past. So that becomes your little network that you can lean on for advice, for help. And so that is critical. So as Karen said, if you're not affiliated with our organization, we are a 50-year-old organization. We're national in scope. There is a chapter or an affiliate in each of the states. So I cover North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia, but there's an affiliate president covering every state in the United States. You just go to nmsdc.org. That's nmsdc.org. And you can find the affiliate that is in your proximity, and you can join if you're an ethnic minority. If you're not, there are other organizations out there. You have WeBank, that is just for women. You have the Veterans Association. When we were MBEs, we had every certification that you can think of, because each affiliation gives you a different network, gives you different trainings, different finance options. And so affiliate yourself with as many advocacy groups as possible so that you're not going this alone, folks. When you try to build a business alone, the success rate is low. Most businesses fail within the 5 years. And so you cannot do all this alone. So that brings me, Karen, to your favorite client success story. Can you tell us your favorite success story?
So one of my favorite was probably more recent success stories. Let me see which one I'm going to give you. Well, I'll give you a smaller one. One was, we had a client that had brought us in for some leadership and development training for her entire staff. And she had millennials and baby boomers, one extreme to the other. So I won't call it toxic, but the environment was not cool. And it was because the individuals, and this is true, this is the first time we have 5 generations working in the workforce at one time. But the baby boomer couldn't understand the millennial and vice versa. The millennial, I need to be able to get off, and I need a car and all access to everything. And the baby boomers like, no, you got to come in and work 40 years before you can get a piece of cake, whatever. And what we were able to do was come in and let them see their gifts. Right? They each brought something to the table that was different than what the other one brought. And if they were able to leverage their expertise and help each other, they could actually succeed. And after working with them, we were in a position that we were able to get a call probably within a month later and they talked to us about what a different culture it was, what a different environment it was, and how they were getting together and working as a team again. And are you there? I think I've lost our host, but I'm not sure if I'm still on either.
You're here. You're here.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So your story speaks to diversity, right? It is so important to have diversity of thought, diversity of ethnicity, age, different generations, different backgrounds, because as you said, they were not connecting. They didn't understand each other, right? And coming in and building a bridge so that they can understand the value. I always say, meet people where they are, right?
Yes.
Understand the value that you can get from that person and what they bring to the table. And as a leader, you know that being able to hone in on the different strengths of your different team members and bringing that up as opposed to having them working on the wrong project is invaluable.
Yes.
So thank you for that story. Sorry about the little glitch there, but thank you for that story. So tell us in closing, what is a good client for you? Because I want everybody to understand so they can be ringing off your hook if they need, if you need to.
A mid-sized company that is looking, so we do a couple things. We do staff augmentation. So that's where you have your staff on your payroll. And we talked about scaling. One of the ways that businesses scale, at least in the beginning, is not temporary staff. You can use temporary staff. When you're really serious about it, the government does this thing called staff augmentation, and they actually hire contractors to sit alongside their full-time people to do the same thing. That's another way of scaling. So we do staff augmentation, somebody that's looking to bring subject matter experts in to help them reach and accomplish their mission, their goals. Individuals, organizations that are looking to grow their leadership. So I'll use some of these companies that merge, and then their older or more senior staff retire. You have another level of management there that is getting ready to take ownership for those roles, but are they ready?
Okay.
And you have new people that are going into supervisory roles. What I tell people all the time is that the skill set that got you your promotion, especially if you're a solo person only responsible for you, and now you're going into being responsible for somebody else, is not the skill set that you need to be able to manage people. So we come in to help people understand their gifts and to live up to their full potential. And that's at the leadership level as well as the staff.
Okay, good. And you work with government agencies, as I said in your introduction, regular corporations, and then private corporations, as well as it could be another MBE. So you can work with small companies as large companies, as long as they have the need. And so thank you for that. So it has been a pleasure talking to you today. Thank you very much for joining us. and congratulations on the success that you've seen thus far. What do you see happening next in your career?
My career, we're going to grow it. We're going to grow the business. We're going to, I want to continue to positively impact people's lives by helping them, positively impact their families through employment or through the services that we provide. We're getting more into what I call paying our civil rent. So we're giving back to the community as well and looking for other opportunities to do that as well.
Excellent. Well, thank you for being here, Karen. I appreciate you. And now we are getting ready to have that commercial one more time for the student pitch competition. It is so critical that we have students to understand entrepreneurship and share with us their ideas. You can reach me at info@cvmsdc.org. We have a business opportunity conference coming up August 5th and 6th in Virginia. I invite everyone who's listening to attend that conference, but we want to, at that conference, announce our pitch winners. And so Ms. Mann, I think that they're going to roll tape so that we can see that commercial. Karen, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Hello.
안녕하세요.
Hola.
Have you heard about the CVM SBC Student Pitch Competition? It's your chance to win up to $3,000 in prizes.
It's the perfect opportunity for young entrepreneurs of color to shine.
Are you a student entrepreneur aged 25 or younger?
Do you have an amazing business idea waiting to take off?
Well, this competition is for you.
SAS is excited to sponsor this year's competition.
First place wins $2,000 in cash and $1,000 in marketing services.
Pitch your groundbreaking business concept.
Show off your talent and creativity.
So what are you waiting for?
Submit your pitch today.
Link in bio. Don't miss out on this incredible opportunity.
Apply now.
Now.
Submit your pitch now.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Thank you so much to Dominique and Kelly for such a wonderful interview. We greatly appreciate them. And let's see here. Let's talk about the Black Business Expo's mission to raise funds for high school seniors going to college for K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students, and you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App that's on the screen below, and that would be $BBX Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for May 2024, and that would be NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richey, Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, The Hello LLC, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, 5-Star BDM Media, Malane Shawnee Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwomen Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Designs, and the Black Business Expo USA. Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympic. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympic is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side. Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Wanda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Great day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Eureka Mann. I am the CEO of Prestigious Image, and I am your business moderator for the day and the next person to present. Here on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. As your next speaker, I will be talking about customer experience and why that matters. As a business consultant, we talk about the customer experience lifecycle and how that refers to the stages that a customer will go through while interacting with a brand or its products and services. So it covers the entire journey from before purchase to after purchase and the support thereof, right? So the life cycle follows a few stages. There are about 4 of them. So the first one is discovery. When the customer is aware of the product or service, it is the discovery phase. During that discovery phase, you want to really understand and get to know your customer, understand what it is they're looking for so that you can provide that need, really listen to what it is that they have to say. And during that time of discovery, there are a few tips and tools that you can use. For example, you can use a customer feedback cycle, which is a customer service survey, to gather feedback from your customer about what it is they like, what it is they're looking for, what it is they truly need, and then you can build your services and products around that need that you discover. So discovery is really getting to know your customer. And so in order to get to know them, you really want to be in a space where you are defining their personas and creating an emotional connection with them. My motto is seek to understand and then to be understood. This means that communication is a two-way street, right? So you really have to listen to your customer and then think about what your response should be. And I would always suggest, taking your time to do that, really honing in on the pain points. Pain points are the things that kind of bother your customers, or it provides a blocker, right? So by identifying that blocker, you're able to say, hey, how can I remove that blocker from my customer? How can I provide them with that particular need, that particular product? How can I make it special or memorable to them? And that creates an emotional connection. A lot of people do this through social media. You can make a post asking what customers like, what they don't like, things that they want, things that they desire, and identify from that perspective. Defining your customer personas means that you may have a large portfolio of customer personas. You can roll them up high level and attach labels to them so that you can kind of group them together. For example, you may have a customer persona that is, background might be a single parent, have a median household income of a certain amount, and their persona is really about savings and maybe even about, what makes life easier. Those types of customers really value products and services that speak directly to that need of having quick turnaround times, ease of access, and also anything that is tangible to them and speaks to that need directly, whether it's, the certain income level or being a single parent income household. Also, bringing your customer experience to the forefront of your training when you employ people or when you hire new hires and you onboard them, you want to make sure that they understand the customer experience, the customer personas, and that they understand that listening is a part of communication and that you really want them to develop a company culture where they bring back that feedback that they collect from their, your clients, your customers. The reason why that is because you have to think about the fact that your new hires, the people who are on your front line, your customer service representatives, your call center reps, all of these people, they are individuals who have a frontline interaction with your customers. It's not the people at the top. It's not your CEOs. A lot of times it's not your directors. And many times it's not even your managers unless they deal with escalations. But you want to make sure that you keep an open and honest and authentic line of communication open with your customer service representatives, with your call center people, so that they feel comfortable in bringing back information to you about customer interactions, how they feel. Also, recording conversations along with customer feedback surveys really help. You can add customer feedback surveys at the beginning of a purchase or at the beginning of the sales experience for the customer. You can add it before the actual customer experience of them coming on board as a new customer, and you can use it as a tool to entice or to attract new customers. as well as at the end, right? So after the customer has received the product or service, asking them what it is they want, what they like about the product, and where you can improve. A lot of people shy away from information that helps them to understand areas where they can seek improvement. These areas are, I like to call them, they are opportunities. It's not so much as constructive criticism. Try to stay away from that verbiage, but they are opportunities for improvement. They are opportunities to better engage and create emotional connections with your clients and customers, as well as your customer service representatives and frontline people. When dealing with escalations, I did mention a little bit ago about managers could also be frontline people when it comes to making sure that escalations are handled. 9 times out of 10, an escalation goes to a manager. So when a customer calls in and they have a pain point or they are upset about something in regards to the product or service, they ask for a manager. And those managers, whether they are supervisors and or shift managers, however you identify them, those managers should be fully aware of the art of communication, the art of listening, the art of understanding pain points. When dealing with customer escalations and customer service experiences, you want to make sure that you stay away from saying what you cannot do. This is something, after almost 20 years of experience, really understanding and honing in on. Telling someone what you cannot do sets the tone for friction, right? So the best thing to do is say, well, you know what? We're not going to focus on what I can't do. So maybe I can't give you that discount you're looking for. Maybe I can't speed up the process to get your item out to you. Or maybe I can't put you in contact with the right person right now to ensure that you have the services provided that you need and that you can ask those questions. If I cannot do that as a customer service representative, in order to ensure that resolution is, completed the first time around successfully, I would then move to not what I can't do, but what I can do. So what I can do is maybe take your phone number and name and call you back when someone is available and make sure that I do a soft handoff. A soft handoff is when you connect someone through phone or person, but you make an introduction, right? Versus just transferring them over. We all hate cold transfers. They feel very lonely. And a lot of times it makes your clients and customers feel like they don't care. This lends to the customer experience, or what we call CX. Customer experience ensures that the customer has the best experience possible, and that it also helps you to retain those customer experiences at a level that you deem to be successful, right? And that your customers deem to be successful. So it's highly important that you take the time to train your customer service representatives on escalation best practices, as well as your managers as well, or anyone who may handle those escalations as a whole. And then I would suggest also documenting those processes for both levels, management and frontline workers, so that way you can roll that up to your senior level executives, have them take a look at it, have them understand how an escalation is handled in case they have to jump in the process and fill the gap. So we talk about customer experience. Let's talk about cross-functional training among your employees. So not only should frontline people understand your processes when it comes to customer experience and customer services, not only should they understand your policies and procedures, but your managers should too. So should your directors, and so should everyone across your company. If they are not aware of the processes, policies, and procedures, because maybe they don't deal with your customers every day, they should at least know where to go find them in some type of centralized process repository or policy repository or procedure repository. That's normally a location or platform where a company will house all of these things in some type of library, and it's normally virtual, right? You can have a paper form, but in this age of technology, it's better to use some type of, platform in order to build out that library. And that can be as simple as using SharePoint, right? So you can use SharePoint and house documents there and create a library that's easy for your customers, and also, if they have access to that, of course, but also for your internal employees to have access to, right? And you can control who has access to that, whether internal or external. So those are some of the tips and tricks that you can use to make sure that you build a company culture of customer experience. Now, we talked about the discovery phase. Moving into evaluation, we talked about that a little bit with customer feedback and making sure that you have feedback cycles throughout your customer journey, right? So you want to make sure that during evaluation, the customer considers all of the options, right? And that they decide whether or not they want to make a purchase. It's not so much about being a salesperson, but creating that emotional connection so that you are providing exactly what it is that they need. I would suggest doing this again by listening to them first. And then secondly, take out a pen and pad, write it down. Writing things down help you to also visualize it, right? Because it's on paper and you can see it. It'll also help you to connect dots. As you write things down, you'll start to notice connections between certain things that they may say. These connections help you to figure out a fast track to getting your customer what they need, what they want in the evaluation process, right? So keep documentation of the outcomes that your customers give. You can roll it up high level. It doesn't have to be for every single customer or client if you have many, but you can roll that up into buckets and say, for this customer, these customers like this option for this reason, and they are saying that they would or would not purchase. By keeping that database, you also keep a good record and history of your customer behaviors, as well as your company behaviors in the customer experience. Let's talk about the next phase of the customer journey, which is conversion. So this is making sure that your customer actually completes the transaction successfully, or completes a purchase successfully, right? So in the conversion, you are turning potential clients and customers over to long-term or first-time customers and clients. You can do this a number of ways. You can create loyalty programs. We see that all the time. Even Walmart has some type of online, loyalty program. We see that as well with, Amazon. So for example, Amazon Prime is a loyalty program. 9 times out of 10, because a person has a program or they're enrolled in something like Amazon Prime, and sometimes they pay for it, sometimes they don't. But that loyalty program helps to build the conversion, keep them coming back, and offers them an incentive for being a lifetime customer, right? So that's one way of doing it. Conversion can also be through seeking out their opinions and their thoughts, and also providing some type of incentive for their feedback, all right? Also, conversion may look like also reaching out to them, making sure that you have people in place, that you have processes, and that you have procedures, as well as technology in place to ensure constant communication with your customers, with your clients, so that you create that conversion and it is a very smooth transition. You want to make sure that sometimes if you have very delicate clients, ensure that you do a soft handoff. We talked about that earlier. That is simply making that personal connection and introduction so that they don't feel like they're going through the process alone, at least the first time. In conversion, you will find a lot of companies create what they call a customer journey map. The customer journey map, it starts at discovery, right? And it goes through long-term relationship, but the conversion piece is normally a deeper dive into milestones and triggers that help to ensure that communication goes out to the customer at a specific time. This can be done through automation of emails, automation of text messages, through different platforms and applications that companies can purchase and use. You can also, during this time when you're kind of mapping out that customer journey, that portion of conversion specifically, you can also look into how long. So for example, I have worked with many Fortune 500 companies, Fortune 100 companies, and whenever I go into the process of creating a customer journey map, we talk about a 1 week, 2 week, 3 week, 30-day, 60-day, 90-day, 1 year conversion plan and journey for the customer. At those specific intervals, whichever they choose to be best for their company culture and their client culture, what happens is that we say, okay, at 30 days, we want to send an email to remind the customer that we value you, that we see you, and that we want to offer you some type of incentive for your next purchase. If a customer hits a particular milestone, for example, a 1-year anniversary, you may collect birth dates. This is a great way to keep conversion rates up high, right? So you keep the conversion coming in, you keep new customers coming in, and you create those long-term relationships. As you're doing that, birthdays, holidays, momentous occasions for your clients, you can celebrate those things and send out emails, and that will help you to maintain your conversion, right, of your clients and your customers. And it helps you to also build that emotional connection with them. I think that we all have the experiences of where we sign up for a loyalty program or we walk into a store, they ask you for your phone number or email, right? And then they may ask you for your date of birth, and somehow magically on your birthday, you get a coupon for $5 off. 9 times out of 10, you will take that $5 and use it because it's your birthday and you want to do something nice for yourself. This is building an emotional connection. It lets your client know that they are being thought of and cared for. And so that's what you want to provide when it comes to a good customer experience. You want your clients to know that you care. You want them to know that you're grateful for their patronage, right, of your establishments and businesses and services and products. And you want them to know that there is nothing that you won't do to help them. However, let's talk about that. The customer is not always right. I'll say it again. The customer is not always right, but you can always find the right way to help your customer. I remember, just as an example, I was working, we'll say retail. And I had a gentleman come in and he was looking for a new water heater, right? And so at the point in time, I was in sales and looking for this water heater. This person was very upset, very frustrated. At the time, Barack Obama was president, and this man was not excited about that. And that was a very trying situation for me because I had to listen to this. And personally, I may or may not have agreed with him, right? My way of making sure to convert that customer into a long-term relationship was to jump that fence. And my grandmother used to say, well, somebody say leapfrog and say, oh, ha ha. So my idea was, how high can I jump this fence? I took it as a very personal goal to convert this customer to a long-term relationship, who had never been inside this store, was not very familiar with people who looked like me, and seemed to be very upset about what was going in the world in regards to people who look like me. In regards to my experience with customer experience itself, I decided the best way to convert this person would be to empathize with the issue at hand, which was not, the politics that he was discussing. It was actually the fact that he wanted an American-made water heater. Go figure. I would have never thought that had I not, one, listened to this person's pain point and put my own personal feelings aside, right? So after identifying that this person wanted an American-made water heater, I walked to the location where it was. I gave them the best options, asked them about their budget. How are you feeling about, what you may have to spend, the time you may have to take to, do this yourself if you want to install this water heater. By the end of that conversation, I felt very accomplished and empowered because I was able to, number one, end a political debate that was trying to, flame up. Number two, I was able to put out a fire before it started. I saw smoke signals and I put the fire out. Number three, this person not ordered one, but three. And I made salesperson of the week because of that. We also have to learn in customer experience that when we're getting to know our customers, like I said in my example, put your differences aside. There's a reason for that. Now, that also depends on the type of company you run and the type of customer base that you want. So be honest and transparent with yourself about that. Also, something else I learned from that experience and many others, be honest, open, and transparent and authentic with your customers, right? If you are uncomfortable with something, do not do it, right? Because you want to maintain integrity, all right? Also, if you have a client that's asking you to do something that you feel is outside of your scope, do not overpromise and underdeliver. It's better to underpromise and overdeliver. It adds a shock value. And most people are really happy if I say, I can get that shipped to you in 7 days. Well, guess what? On the back end, as a customer service rep, I see an option to get it shipped in 3 days and a way to waive the fee for my customer due to whatever issue they may have had with our product or services. All right. By giving them that and maybe not telling them, they become very excited when they get it within 2 to 3 days. And then you took a bad experience into a great one and you turn that around 180 degrees. And that person is now facing in the positive direction of that experience, right? The reality is about customer experience is that you will find that people will often remember the bad experiences more so than the good ones. How many times have you been in a situation where you weren't happy with a customer service experience or product or service, and you told that business, hey, I am not happy. You made that call. But when something went right and you had a great experience, not all the time do you call in to report that, right? As customer service representatives and managers, there has to be an understanding that each opportunity is an opportunity to turn negative into positive. We're making lemonade out of lemons, y'all. All right. And the good lemonade too. I prefer Chick-fil-A brand. But what I can say about that is provide that level of service. Speaking of Chick-fil-A, I worked at Chick-fil-A when I was young. I did from the age of 14 through 18. I worked there in the summers, and I had two jobs, one at the Department of Public Housing and the other one at Chick-fil-A. And at Chick-fil-A, I learned about the art of customer service. I learned how to represent myself in a way that is well received, because communication is important, and how you deliver that message, right? And delivering a message is so much more than just the words you choose. It's tone. It's also body language. So remember to smile. When I was in customer service and I worked in a call center, one thing that I had implemented that I saw other call center reps who were sharing their best tips and practices, and encourage your employees to do that. All right. Document best tips and practices and share them across the enterprise. But I would put a mirror right above the camera on my laptop at my desk in the call center. The reason why is because I can guarantee you, and I'll do an example, you can always hear a smile on the phone. For example, if I talk to you like this and I'm not happy, this product was horrible, I didn't enjoy it, the service was horrible, the person was rude to me, you hear that. You hear the tone drop, you hear an air of seriousness, and in some respect, you may even hear a little bit of a monotone as they talk, right? However, if I answer the phone like this, hello, you're not really sure if I'm having a good day or not, right? But if I answer the phone and I actively smile and I say, hello, it goes up a few octaves every time you smile because of the muscles in your face. It's a natural reaction to releasing endorphins. So I learned to do things like that. And even now, as I am a business owner, when I answer the phone, I try my best to smile when I say hello, right? So put that in your practice. Make it a part of your customer experience to always smile when you greet a customer, whether it's over the phone or in person, or even when you're writing an email. Smiling will help you kind of stay in that high positive vibrational energy that you need to create the best customer experience possible. So these are just a few small tips and tricks that you can try that really help to improve your customer experience. All right, so we talked about conversion, creating that customer experience, giving the best that you got. And we talked about how to collect feedback through evaluation and the discovery phases, which were the first two phases we discussed. So now we're moving into long-term relationships, which is my favorite part. If everything goes completely, wonderful, then you create a loyal customer, right? And you create someone who is an advocate for your brand and for your business, for your products and services. Now, the best way to do that is word of mouth. Even though we are in an age of technology, never underestimate word of mouth. I will tell you, for example, we've all worked in a situation where we have not been happy with our company culture. How many times did you go home and tell your family that you were unhappy at that job? Now think about this. How many of those family members said to you, I'm not going to patronize that business anymore. I'm not going to purchase from them. I wouldn't go work there. Word of mouth is important. And word of mouth can also be detrimental if it's negative feedback. It can be detrimental to a business. It is no different than someone, writing an email to a news broadcasting station and saying, hey, I'm unhappy with this business. We see those types of stories all the time where people write in. That is word of mouth. So you have to be very careful and mindful as you have these interactions to create these long-term relationships with your customers, especially if that's your goal, to create a loyal customer that advocates for your brand, that advocates for your business. Now, let's talk about loyal customer behavior. Loyal customers will always support. They are your truest form of supporters. They are not one-time buyers, they're repeat buyers. And not only are they repeat buyers, they are awesome people to go out and market your business and services because they do talk about it. They talk about it at family functions. They talk about it in group settings. They talk about it in intimate settings. So it is highly important that you take that into consideration as you create and build out the customer experience that you feel will create the loyal customer. Again, that also depends on the customer persona type. Some customers are more serious. They prefer to not have the sugar and the fluff. You have to be willing to be flexible and to be agile with that type of behavior. Several times I have encountered where I will have a customer who's very happy-go-lucky, upbeat, easy to work with. Other times I will encounter a customer who has had a bad day, who is not sure about what they want, who may be very stressed out. I do not ignore those signs. I actually identify them. And then I decide very carefully based on the conversation and what I know about that customer persona, whether or not I should actually move forward with either calling it out, not in a bad way, we'll talk about that, or whether or not I should maneuver around it and handle it a little bit more delicate. I'll explain. If a customer is upset, I can guarantee you every time you have called in somewhere and you were upset, and maybe you did get a little loud, maybe you had a few choice words, but the moment the person on the other end of the phone said to you, ma'am, sir, you need to calm down or calm down, the situation heightened. Telling someone what to do makes the situation worse. So, my advice in these situations is not to heighten the situation by saying, calm down, but saying, ma'am or sir, I understand X, Y, Z. Add the details. Details are important. When I was doing door-to-door sales in college, I learned that when I walked into a business, noticing what they put in the trash was highly important. Tell you why. Because if you're selling products like quill, paper products, at the time, that's what I was doing, you learn to look for the clues. So by being very observant and being personable, you get what you need. So if a customer is very upset, never tell them to calm down. That does not work. And it's actually a defense mechanism on your part, and it shows a lack of emotional intelligence. The best thing that you can do in that situation is to say to your customer, again, I understand that you had a bad day. I understand that the website wasn't working, and I understand that you desperately need to get this done. Here, not stating what I can't do, here, because I can't fix the website, here's what I can do. I can have a technician, I'll put in an IT support ticket, and I will have them reach out to you within the next 24 to 48 hours, whatever the business standard is. Remember, don't overpromise and underdeliver. Better to what? Underpromise and overdeliver. So the next thing I would say to that customer is, in the meantime, I have a manual process that I can, implement to help fix this problem right now. I can update that information on my end for you, and I'll confirm it with you, and then it'll be fixed. Once the IT person reaches out to you, please explain to them what the situation is. I will also put those details in the ticket so that they're aware when they reach out to you, and they'll make sure that you have a long-term fix for this situation. What you just did there was you just implemented, a first-time resolution on the very first try of an escalation. It didn't even reach a manager because you gave them an immediate solution, all right? You gave them a long-term solution, and you let them know that they were heard and that you felt their pain. That is how you create the best customer experience, right? So also about creating long-term customer relationships. When it comes to brand advocate, give them incentives to be brand advocates. We've heard about brand ambassadors. That is one way, but there are other ways. For example, company shout outs. If you create commercials for your business, invite some of those long-term customers to come in and tell their stories, and maybe even give them a gift card for coming in and sharing that story. And if you don't want paid or to give gifts in exchange, because maybe you do want more authentic, ask them to come on just out of the fact that they support the brand. You will be shocked to find that many times they are happy to do so. Number one, everybody wants their 15 seconds of fame. And number two, every customer loves being heard and loves the fact that you were trying to build a very personal relationship with them, right? And it tailors the experience. It almost feels like a tailor-made experience. And that's not I don't know if y'all have seen the Chick-fil-A commercials, but if you have, you'll notice that they are now having these customer testimonials where the customer is actually paying to be there, I believe is what I heard, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong. But they have these commercials and they talk about the experiences the customers had. I remember one story where a young lady and her husband were catering their wedding. Caterer fell through, Chick-fil-A came through. You see what I'm saying? That is the type of warm, fuzzy feeling you want to present to your customer. Let them know that they're heard and that you care and that you are there to fix it. I remember I myself got a call from a school. They were a African-American school, predominantly black and brown students, and they came into the store. And at this time, I was working in building materials, things like that. We'll put it that way. And I was a salesperson. I guess the principal came in very frantic because it was August, school was starting back, and those seats were hot because none of the windows had shades. How can you ask students to sit in a room that's 105 degrees with no AC, and the AC had gone out? Well, guess what? I can't fix the AC that fast because that takes money and it takes a lot of time and it takes someone to install it. However, I told her what I can do. Ma'am, tell me how many windows you have, what the sizes are. Have someone from your department of, facilities reach out to me, and I will get the measurements and I will put in a rush order. When I realized that I couldn't have all 152 windows rush delivered to that school, the next thing I did was I started calling multiple stores. And I said, hey, Greensboro, wherever it was, how many blinds do you have in this size? And they would say, oh, well, I have some in this size and I got some in a bigger size. I sat there for 4 hours. I had them deliver it. I sent gas money from the managers, cashiers, and had them, send over gas money to these stores to deliver these products to us the same day. And then I manually sat there and I cut all 152 shades along with one other employee because there were only 2 machines. By the end of the day, we were ready and we had remeasured all 152 shades. When that principal came back, we had built a lifelong community partner because I went the extra mile, because I decided to build that relationship and care, because I didn't want those students sitting in a hot room that wasn't fair. And if I can't fix the AC, I can shade the windows. And I felt like a hero, and I was in that moment. I wore my cape proudly. Another thing that I got out of that situation is when she came back, she said, we don't have tables and chairs. I talked to my store managers. I said, hey, this is a good opportunity for us to create a community partner and a lasting, customer. They will always come to us if we can help them one more time. Can we please donate chairs and tables the first 2 weeks of school? And we went into our back stock and we got those chairs and tables and we delivered them. And eventually, I think they were actually given to that school. But that's an example of how you can create the customer experience that keeps giving. It's the gift that keeps giving. All right. So talked about that emotional connection. We talked about how communication is a two-way street, how to listen. We talked about the first 3 phases. We talked about discovery, evaluation, converting those customers of first time or, not having a first time at all into being loyal, long-term relationships that you have with those customers. And we talked about getting feedback. All right. And we talked about making sure that the customer experience is at the forefront of your training for your new employees. But let's talk about the data behind that, the science, as I wrap up here. So one thing that I have learned being a advocate for better business, for continuous improvement, I am Lean Six Sigma certified. And so I have learned a lot about key performance indicators, or what you will see often coined or termed KPIs, right? So key performance indicators are the metrics that present themselves, or the indicators, which are pieces of information. I call them red dots or green dots sometimes, but they are the things that let us know, hey, stop, hey, go, hey, make a change. So this helps to improve the customer experience because let's say, for example, a good example of that would be, I have a customer who is new, and a KPI on my customer journey is to ensure that my customers make a purchase once a month. Well, if I'm able to enroll them into a customer loyalty program where they're able to, reorder things at a certain interval, like once they run out, maybe I have a system that can, provide how often that customer makes a purchase. And when they run out, that system, that automated system can actually say, okay, we now have 52 customers that purchase regularly each month. You use that key performance indicator or that metric to say, okay, I've got 52 customers. This month, I want to move to 152 customers. So now we're looking at adding 100 more customers who are continuously ordering something on a monthly basis, and they have a subscription to it, right? So you may also want to look at, as a key performance indicators, how many of your customers subscribe to products or services being sent to them at a particular interval. How often do they use it? All of these key performance indicators, and another one that could be a really small one, is how many of your customers do you have contact information for? Because that helps to build your customer portfolio, right? and keep track of that. So these key performance indicators help you determine where you are in that customer journey, as well as where you can improve. So if you see that you have lots of new customers, but you don't have any information for that, you may want to look at whether or not your customer service reps are collecting the data needed to contact those customers. Are they getting the phone numbers, email addresses, and home addresses of your customers? If you find that they aren't, that is a place where you can improve, right? And so you've bridged that gap, and now you will see over the next 30 to 60 days that you will have an increase in customer data. You will have more customers that you have information for, that you can send marketing material to, that you can outreach to and help them in a better way and in a greater way, because you're able to track those key performance indicators to see where your customers are in the journey, to see how happy they are, and also to see if your company is obtaining those goals or reaching those goals. Another thing that I like to tell people about customer service experience is the fact that you can get a certification. Certifications in customer service experience may add anywhere between $25,000 and $50,000 to your worth as an employee or a business owner, and they are fairly inexpensive to get, and in some cases free. So go out there and research. Make sure you're checking the validity of a lot of these companies that offer these certifications. You want to make sure that they are credible services and incredible certifications and companies who hold those certifications. So getting a customer experience certification is another way to demonstrate that you have the skill and knowledge to lead and direct customer experience, projects, strategies, programs as well, and overarching projects or enterprise level projects for those particular customers and companies, right? Because customer experience, we have to learn, can transcend not just, customer, like forward facing to customer, but also B2B, which is business to business, if your clients are businesses. It also translates to corporation to corporation, so on and so forth. However you want to identify it, it is a transferable skill set, and it's transferable knowledge that can be used in any industry. So talking about those things, I hope that you all got quite a bit of information out of that, and you got some very useful things. I will say, again, make sure you document your processes, policies, procedures, that you document your feedback life cycles and create feedback loops throughout the customer journey. Use automation and IT platforms, applications to make sure that these things go out on time and that you reduce your costs and save, right? Because we want to reduce waste as lean thinkers to ensure that you're saving money and giving the best that you can to your customers and providing speed to market where needed. Also, when looking for employees, try colleges and workforce programs, right? Every state has a workforce program where someone is looking for a job. This allows you to save a little bit of money when hiring people. Find someone who might be flexible enough to learn and grow within your business. And you're also giving back to the community, as well as helping, the next wave of business owners by looking for people who are in these workforce programs and are at colleges or universities, right? So just two places that you can look. There are many others out there. All you have to do is Google it and make sure you're using credible sources once again. Another way to improve your customer experience is to make sure that you are defining what it is that you want and that it aligns to your mission and vision of your company. I know I hit on that at the very last point because really it's kind of like saving the best for last. As long as your customer experience aligns to your company's core values and missions, you ensure that you remain in direct alignment with your goals and the success thereof, right? All right, with that being said, I appreciate you all for joining me here today and listening to the information that I've shared here about, customer experience, how to get certified, what that means, and how to get better at it. All right, with that being said, the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate the scholarship fund or use the Cash App that's on the screen below. That's $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for May 2024. That is NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Riche Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, The Hello LLC, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, 5-Star BDM Media, Mullane Shawnee Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hi, I'm Barbara H. Smith. Genius is common. My genius is executive coaching and professional corporate training. As the master executive coach and corporate training ambassador for the Genius is Common movement, I help business owners craft their stories in such a way that you know exactly what they do, what they have, and what they bring to the table. Many times as business owners, we are asked, so what do you do for a living? And we could be crushing in our businesses, but we're not quite sure exactly what to say in a short amount of time. Well, I help you take those stories that are the reason why you're in business and why you're so passionate about your business and craft them in such a way that people are drawn to you as opposed to being repelled by you. Because every conversation, every time you talk to someone about your business, you are excited about it. But are you really conveying what you do, what you have, and what you bring to the table? And do really people understand why you care so much and why they should care that you have the solution to their problem? Well, I'm here to help you with that. As a master storyteller, I can help you with your stories and spin them in such a way that they are intriguing and fascinating. People want to listen to you talk about your business. That's why at the Genius is Common movement, I am the master executive coach and professional training ambassador. That's my genius. And genius? Oh yeah, it's common. I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kinston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her.
and not what other people told her. Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage. She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics are essential platforms for Black business owners globally. They provide the tools and support you need to succeed in today's competitive marketplace. Join us today as we collaborate together with businesses from around the world to support our children, students, and young future entrepreneurs, Black businesses and corporations. We raise funds for students going to college and young entrepreneurs who are aspiring to be business owners, and we invite you to be a contributor today. Visit the website www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to connect with and learn more about how the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics can help you not only share your amazing business story to businesses, but also serve future generations. Hello, my name is David Jones, CEO and co-founder of the Hello LLC, where we help businesses build a culture, brand and experience, and leverage technology to pivot into Web3. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into Roku, Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Spotify, Twitch, and Google Podcasts. Tune in, turn on, and let's thrive.
Hello.
안녕하세요.
Hola.
Have you heard about the CVM SDC Student Pitch Competition? It's your chance to win up to $3,000 in prizes.
It's the perfect opportunity for young entrepreneurs of color to shine.
Are you a student entrepreneur aged 25 or younger?
Do you have an amazing business idea waiting to take off?
Well, this competition is for you.
SAS is excited to sponsor this year's competition.
First place wins $2,000 in cash and $1,000 in marketing services.
Pitch your groundbreaking business concept.
Show off your talent and creativity.
So what are you waiting for?
Submit your pitch today.
Link in bio. Don't miss out on this incredible opportunity.
Apply now.
Now.
Submit your pitch now.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. but corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training. Masterclasses led by African industry execs and mentoring coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Rhonda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we developed a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglass Lab. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Great day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Eureka Mann, and I am your business moderator for the day on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Renata Brown, an award-winning CEO of Dreamspire TV and Dreamspire Publications. She is the publisher of 4 platforms. Dreamspire TV is an arts and entertainment platform, and em-spire.com highlights the entrepreneurs and motivators. Dreamspire books for authors. The publications have covered such events as the Stellar Awards, Black Music Honors, and the NAACP Awards. The newest platform is unapologetically an ecosystem for global Black businesses. Black Hour Street is a hub for small businesses and global networks. The Hour stands for opportunity, unity, and resources, the cornerstone of what is needed for our Black businesses to flourish. She founded and executive produced the GANSPA, GANSPA Awards, that's Gifted Artist, Neo Soul, and Poetry Awards from 2013 to 2017. Renata is an accomplished songstress, poet, and speaker who began writing poetry at 8 years old. At the heart of me, she states, I am a creative. Renata is featured in several anthologies and has appeared on numerous radio and television talk shows. She self-published Simply Life is a Poem in 2010. Nearly a decade later, her second release, Things I Learned While Packing, is getting 5-star reviews. In her own words, artistry is not a hobby for me. The arts are my passion and ministry. Helping others release their creativity is my mission. I present to you, everyone, Renata Brown.
Thank you so much. Good morning. How are you?
I am well, Renata. Thank you so much for joining us, and such an amazing and accomplished bio. I look forward to everything that you have to offer and all of the information you have to share.
Thank you so much.
You are welcome. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are when you view this. I'm so happy to be here on the Black Business Network and the Black Olympics Expo. It is something that I look forward to every month and participating in. I'm going to talk to you about something that's we all need to do, or maybe that we've done, but we need to revisit. So as business owners, sometimes we get really busy and we get heads down in what we're doing. And what I mean is that we are busy with the day-to-day operations of our business, that sometimes when your head's down like a ostrich in the sand, you can't identify the things that are going around you. And sometimes you can get off course when you're so busy just doing the day-to-day work of the business. And one thing that I have found, we get away from the basics. So we have to go back to the basics sometimes to move forward, because you can become stagnant in your business, even though you may not lose your enthusiasm or your core motivation for the business. Sometimes we can't move forward because we need to go back and solidify the foundational things in our business. And I know I'm a creative, I'm an artist, and I like to create. I like to do, I like to move forward. I love technology, so I'm always try to be an early adapter when technology comes around, and I really encourage people to do that. But I had to step back and say, Renata, you're getting away from the basics of business. And a lot of times we can't move forward in our visions, and we don't become the massive successes that we were meant to be because we have not solidify the basics in our business, or we may have started out one way and got away from it. So my story, when I came out of corporate, my last position was as a data analyst for a Fortune 100 company and handling a $6 million budget in marketing. So I had the skill set to put together the spreadsheets, to do all of the things that are needed on the back end of the business. And when I came out of corporate, oh, I was ready. I had my business plan. I had my executive summary. I had my projections. I had all the things that are necessary. We incorporated, we did our LLC, all the things that we need to get started. But 8 years down the line, I had to re-look and say, am I really doing the necessary things? Have I gotten away from the basics? So today I want to talk to you about just refreshing some of the bases and going back to the core, because if you go back to the core of why you started doing what you're doing, then it will give you the motivation when times are not so well, when it's frustrating, when there's roadblocks, when you, first of all, what was the plan? Okay. And I know that sounds like really basic, but sometimes we have to remember what was the plan. And you need to write it down. You need to revisit it. If you wrote it down again, you need to revisit it and write it down, because the plan should be transient. So where you were 2 years ago, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, it's not the place where you want to go or where you're at now. So first of all, what's the plan? Let's get back to the plan. And the plan, it needs to be broken down in different arenas. So I'm going to talk to you about your business plan. Let's start with there. First of all, you have to have an executive summary. I just went through a whole business class, so everything is fresh in my mind. And one of the challenges was, what is your elevator pitch? And I know these things that I'm talking about are basic, but sometimes we get away from them. We have to succinctly be able to tell people in 30 seconds or less what it is that we do and how we do what we do to a certain extent. So I had to revisit my elevator pitch. Now, if anybody knows me, they know that I'm here and there, and I have a pretty large network. Some people call me the collaboration goddess. And I gladly accept that title because I connect with people. That is one of the things that I do. Is I'm out there, I'm connecting with people, whether it's on person, online, in organizations, because it's very important to build up your network. But in all that connecting, I had gotten away from succinctly being able to say in 30 seconds, here we go. You can time me if you want. My name is Renata Brown, and I am the CEO of Dreamspire Brands, which includes Dreamspire TV, which is arts and entertainment, Inspire, which is entrepreneurs and motivators, and Dreamspire Books, which has over 200 authors on our website. Our newest platform is Black R Street, an ecosystem for Black businesses. That's who we are, 30 seconds or less. So revisit your elevator pitch. Be able to tell people succinctly what it is that you do. Be able to tell people dynamically what it is that you're able to do. So have a 30-second elevator pitch ready, and don't be mechanical about it. So people want to feel that your elevator pitch is something that's down to memory, something that is sincere, and something that is going to connect with them. So don't sound like you're in a broadcast studio. Don't sound mechanical, and don't, do the eye roll up in the head where you're trying to figure out what comes next. So practice it, practice it, practice it until it becomes natural, for it that it becomes something that is you're at ease with saying, and really go back to, this is who I am, this is what I do. And so when you approach your elevator pitch like that, and of course I'm going to give you some tips, right? I'm technology forward, so write your pitch down and throw it in Chat GPT. And really, you can kind of massage it in Chat GPT until you come out with something that's succinct, that sounds like you and doesn't sound like it's AI generated. But Chat GPT is a good tool to use for your elevator pitch. And I know I used it for mine to really get down succinct. And I love Chat GPT because you can say, I want something that's going to take 30 seconds. So use technology to your advantage when it comes. So I look at where I'm at 8 years later, and I think of all the tools that are around now that was not around when I first started, because technology is moving so quickly that 8 years is a whole lifetime. So if it's been some years since you did your plan, or you wrote your elevator pitch, revisit it and make sure you're using the tools that are necessary. So the next thing is an executive summary. So if someone wants to know a little bit more about your business, do you have it written down in a summary that they can look at? And a summary should be somewhere, it should be no more than a one-pager, and it should cover all the major aspects of your businesses. So in one page, you should be able to sum up who we are, what we do, what is our forecast, who are our competition in the market, and really just touch on that. So an executive summary can stand on its own, right? It can be a one-pager that you give to prospective collaborators, partners, or financiers. So you need to have a one-page document that succinctly, in a glance, lets people know about your business. So if you don't have an executive summary, now I'm a designer. So I love to design, and sometimes it's hard for me to be succinct and really put information together that way. But work on your executive summary. It should be a one pager. And I'm going back, and many of you know this, and even if you know it, I want you to revisit those things, because it is important for you to move forward. And to move forward, you have to make sure that your base is solidified. And if you need to go back and make those adjustments, you need to go ahead and make those adjustments. So do your executive summary. And there are so many different tools out there to help you put your summary together. In our class, we use Trello, and Trello will walk you through how to put together an executive summary. So use the tools that are out there to help you get back to the basis and solidify your business. And if you are a new entrepreneur, then definitely start it out the right way. We know we have ideas and plans, and we're living in a social media age where people feel like, okay, all I have to do is get on and get a million followers, 10,000 to 20,000 followers, and I'm good. And I have presto, I have customers. That may work, but that is not a sustainable plan, because even if you have a big uptick in growth, do you have the infrastructure to support it? Do you have the systems in place, the distribution systems? We have people that have TikTok shows and have blown up, but they couldn't fulfill the orders. So their TikTok stores were closed down because they couldn't meet the things that they needed to fulfill. So you have to not only have a plan for moving forward, but you have to have a plan for massive success. So what happens if a million people come to my platform? Do I have a platform that's not going to crash? Do I have a platform that's going to be able to sustain that growth? So you have to have a plan, and you have to have a projection, and you have to have a way to implement that plan. It's awesome to have a plan, but you also need to tick down into implementation. So you have your executive summary, which leads to your business overview. So where do you want to be? Not metaphorically in 5 years, but where do you want to be? But not only where do you want to be, how am I going to get there? What are the things? What is I like to say, the 10,000 feet view of your business? Do you know who's doing what you're doing? So I'm not a competition-based person, but I am an educated person. So you need to know who is in the marketplace. You need to know what they are doing, and you need to know what differentiates you from what others are doing. And you can be the same or you can be different, but you need to know those things. What is your unique selling point? Why should people do business with you versus doing businesses for those, I'm not going to call them competitors, but those other people that are in the marketplace doing what you're doing? I think we can say competition. I think, to me, competition is kind of a lack mindset, but I don't want to call them that. I want to say, who else is in the marketplace doing what I do, and what can I learn from them? And when I say learn, you can learn lessons from other people. So you don't have to, you can learn success lessons, and you can learn lessons of what not to do. I always say life teaches us only two things. It teaches us what to do and what not to do. So we can look at those that are in the marketplace and learn from their success, and we can also learn from their failures so that we can have a clearer road. So don't get so head down on your business that you're not looking around and seeing what's happening around you and what is the success that other people can do, because sometimes we can just be one tick away or one adjustment away from success. We may have to make a few dynamic changes for our business to take off, but we have to start with the foundational things. There's no way to get around them. We have to take time and do those things that we really don't want to do sometimes as creatives. I know me as a creative, it's hard to get down to those things, but I realized for me to get to where I truly wanted to go, that I had to do those things. So get that 10,000 view look at your business, because we know when you're up in the sky, you can see things that you cannot see when you're down on the ground. So be able to take yourself out of that moment and really do an overview. I like that word, overview, of your business. So not a ground view of where you're at, but an overview of your business. And ask yourself the tough questions. Ask yourself the tough questions. Why am I not moving forward? Why am I not in the spaces that I want to be? And I had to ask myself the tough questions and come up with an overview of, this is where I'm at. These are my challenges. These are the things that I have going for me. And don't forget to pat yourself on the back. A lot of times we can be too hard on ourselves as well. So when you're doing this overview, make sure you're looking not only at the things that are wrong, but look at the things that you've done right. Look at the things that you have going for you, and not just the things that are pressing against you. So an overview shows the good, it shows the bad, and sometimes things do get a little ugly. But make sure that if you're doing something and it's working, do more of that and see, is that a sustainable path to growth? Because I had a conversation yesterday, and one of the things we talked about was the law of diminishing returns. So sometimes things may work for you and you're like, okay, this is the path. And all of a sudden there's a detour, or all of a sudden there is, I'm sorry, I'm going to turn my phone all the way off. And all of a sudden there is a detour, or all of a sudden there is a roadblock. So you can have a perfect plan. You can be going for full force, but it could be something that happens and you have to kind of strategically plan if this happens. And sometimes we can do that well, and then other times it really stops us and we really have to regroup. So we can all think of, it's only been 4 years since the initial pandemic. So the pandemic was one of those big roadblocks that stopped, and a lot of businesses never came back and never recovered from the pandemic. And part of it was because there was no plan B. If you were 100% an in-person business, then your business stopped. And if you weren't able to have thought about, what if these things happen, how am I going to operate? And a lot of businesses were agile. So agile, and they were able to pivot, which is a word I think we need to retire, but they were able to move and change because they had a flexible infrastructure that they were able to continue in the pandemic. And some platforms flourished in the pandemic because they were in a space where, now that people were inside and everything was being done digitally, then they had that those things already in place. So with your plan, make sure your overview looks at, what if something happens? Because we can plan for the good, but we also need to plan what are some of the things. And that's why I like the SWOT analysis and the FISH analysis. The SWOT will help you look at your strength, your weaknesses, your opportunities, and your threats. And you have to look at that. What do I got going for me? Okay. What are my strengths? What are the things that I do and I just jam at? Okay. I'm good at it. These are my strengths. This is the strength that I have financially. This is the strength that I have infrastructure wise. This is the strength that I have personality wise. This is the strength that I have in my network. So look at your strengths, but you also have to, of course, in your SWOT, you have to look at your weaknesses. And I know, again, this is back to the basics. Let's think about these things again. Okay. So this is nothing new or earth shattering that I'm talking about today, but I felt like I really wanted to take some time and say, a lot of Black businesses, a lot of small Black businesses either need to start with the basics or get back to the basics. And so what are my opportunities in the market? and what does my opportunities look like in the marketplace? So I deal with a lot of authors, and sometimes when I ask them, who is the audience for your book? Guess what? They say everybody. Of course, everybody. No. If I get that answer, then I really have to sit back and let them know, no, you have more work to do to define your audience, because your audience is never everybody. So even with your opportunities are not boundless or endless. You have to really look at the opportunity and say, where am I how can I position myself in the marketplace, and what is the opportunities for me to solidify myself in this marketplace? Dream big always. I'm not saying don't dream big, but understand the marketplace and understand what are your opportunities in the marketplace that you're entering into. What is the total opportunity? What is the opportunity for your niche? How are you positioned to take advantage of those opportunities? And then look at the threats. Well, like I said, the pandemic was a threat that we did not see coming. I don't think too many people said, well, what will happen to my business if we weren't able to go outside, if we were cut off, if we weren't able to travel? That's a threat that was primarily an unknown thought about threat, but there's threats that we can think about. What happens if the internet goes down? What happens if my supply chain gets blocked? What happens if I become sick? What happens? Who carries on the business? If I'm a one-person business and I become ill, what happens to my business? Do I have systems in place that my business can keep trucking on even when I'm not feeling well? Do I have it automated enough that if I become sick for a week, a month, whatever, that my business can keep going on? And what is the successor of my business? Does my business end with me, or do I have a succession plan for my business? So these are things that, no, we don't always want to think about, but we have to think about, what are the threats to my business? And do I have a plan to address those threats? And the next thing is something that most business owners, we spend a whole lot of time doing, right? It's sales and marketing. So sales and marketing, that's where we a lot of times get head down. Sales and marketing. So if we don't have revenue coming in, then it's hard to reach any of those other goals, right? And that's just the way it is. We have to be able to generate revenue, but sometimes what I find in business, that people are willing to do the sales, so they're willing to talk and do all that, but they leave off the marketing piece. Well, you say, what do you mean you leave off the marketing piece? How is that even possible, Renata, to leave off the marketing piece? I'm marketing all the time, we say, but do you have a marketing plan? Do you have a plan for each quarter? Do you have a plan, an overall plan? So it's one thing to get out in sales and talk. I was a salesperson when I was younger. I just wrote an article. I have a newsletter plug called Emotional Business IQ on LinkedIn, and we're doing quite well. We're over 1,700 subscribers on our newsletter. And one of the things that I talked about in our newsletter this week is about perceptions, but I talked about being a salesperson at JCPenney's, and I was commission sales. And yes, I'm dating myself, because way back in the day, JCPenney's had commission sales. And as you know, JCPenney's is not known to be a fashion icon, right? So people don't come to JCPenney's for the latest trends. Most people that shop at JCPenney's, from my experiences, were on the conservative, modest side. And they have some clothes that are a little bit more trendy. But for the most part, if you come to JCPenney's, you are probably not a fashionista, and no deference to JCPenney's, because there should be clothes for every type of people. So when people would come in JCPenney's, and I was a salesperson, I was pretty young back in those days. I was in my mid 20s, and people would come in, and the other salespeople, they would try to sell them the most trendy and expensive things. And then they would wonder about, Renata, how come every week you're not killing, but you're doing well on sales? Like, you are really exceeding us. You are really getting these big commissions. How are you doing it? And what I would say is, I sell people the clothes that they want to buy. So if they want to buy all the modest clothes, I'm not going to try to sell them on the most expensive clothes. I'm going to sell them as many of the modest clothes, and they're going to exceed your one sell with that expensive item. And so some of them kind of caught on, but most of them didn't get it. So in business, sales. We have to become salespeople. We have to become salespeople, and it's easy to become a salesperson for your business if you're passionate about your business. To me, business is not just about dollars and cents, but it's about purpose. And once you key into what are your purpose of your business, then it's easier to sell something that you truly believe in. And it's easy for me to tell people about my business and sell. Now, that marketing piece, that's strategic. And I work with, like I said, a lot of businesses, and I ask them, have you set a budget out for marketing? Have you taken the time and set aside this much money I'm going to spend on marketing? And these are the different segments of how I'm going to market. And how you market in your marketing plan depends on what kind of business you have. And you have to really, when you're setting up a marketing plan, it's just that you have to set aside, and you have to be able to fund that plan. A lot of times the government will have these ideas, or corporations will have these initiatives, or we're going to do this and we're going to do that, but they don't fund those initiatives. So if you don't fund the initiative of your marketing, you can have the best plan, but you have to set aside revenue for marketing. And we're good at the sales side of it, because we do want to sell. But what are we doing strategically and setting aside marketing? And that's beyond Facebook and social media ads. That's beyond, a lot of times people, their only sales and marketing is on social media. So they don't have a customer retention management system. They don't have a CRM. They don't have any database targeting. So they're just we're just out there marketing, kind of hit or miss. We don't really have a strategy. And sometimes we're marketing to the wrong people. And that's one thing I really had to learn in learning in my business, that who are the people that want and need the services that I provide? Who is my target market? Okay, I guess we're going to leave it right there. I see the moderator on screen, but let me just wrap it up.
Yeah, go right ahead. Don't let me upset your flow.
No, I just want to say, get yourself a plan. Make sure that you, in your business, don't forget to go back to the bases. And that's whether you're are starting a business, you've been in the business for 10 years or 20 years. Make sure at some intervals you go back and get back to the basics of business.
Well, hey, that's well stated, well said. Really loved your presentation. A lot of golden nuggets there that people can take away. Renata, you gotta let us know how to contact you. You can't leave us like this.
Okay. Well, to contact me, I want you to go to our newest platform, Black, like the color, ROUR Street.com. So Black, OUR, which stands for Opportunity, Unity, and Resources, Street.com. Connect with us there. We're doing some amazing things. And you can connect with Aspire brands also on that platform.
I love it. Thank you. Thank you for that. Genius is common, and I will see you on the other side.
Absolutely. Have a wonderful day.
You're welcome. She was just wonderful. This is the kind of information we need to continue to promote in the Black business community. And I want to remind everybody, the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. And you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or you can use the Cash App that is on the screen below. That is $BBXUSA. And our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students, you can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. And definitely, we want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for May 2024. They include NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, 5-Star BDM, Lotus Rocher Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Hello LLC, BHS and Associates, Margin McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Milani Shani Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic Act Design, Black Business Expo USA, Genius is Common, and I will see you on the other side.
You know how a lot of people say that being successful is a great thing? Well, it really is. Yet having a successful mindset is the thing that propels people to their ultimate success. Now, many of us get stagnated. So have you been stagnated and stuck from realizing your dreams because of fears and uncertainties and your mind telling you what if, and you never move into action? Well, you don't have to be stuck anymore. You can break free from the mind's default framework of backing down and freezing on the track to success. When doubts and difficulties arise, I've got something for you. It's called Harnessing Your Thoughts, Take the Reins, Control Your Life, and Win. And this new book is going to help you to cultivate critical thinking skills and harness those thoughts that you need to take back your control of everyday situations and win. So come and get your book July 4th, 2023. It's coming to you to help you enhance your mindset like never before. This powerful book is going to give you the strength.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.